We're gonna call the meeting to order. If you haven't been seated yet, go ahead and find yourself a seat. Okay, so we have a little change in the agenda. We'll still have our invocation and pledge. It just will be different people. I believe, Chief Mansour is going to do the pledge. Invocation will be you. So Clint, you'll go first. Commissioner Clint Chance will lead us in the invocation, followed by Chief Mansour, who will do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd stand, please.
We can bow our heads and pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to meet together here this evening to carry out the business for the city of Villa Rica. We thank you for the citizens who are here, each and every one of them, for the agenda item that they are here, that they are passionate about and wish to take up. We also thank you for the elected officials that are here this evening, Lord, and the service that they provide to the community. Many times in hardships and crosses in the road, we find ourselves not amenable on certain aspects, but we pray, Lord, that we will use discernment, good judgment, and a care for our city that we all care and love about. We pray that we will be united as a community and come to consensus and move forward together as a community, Lord. We pray that no matter the outcome on any agenda item, we pray that you would just give us guidance, discernment, Lord, and give us peace. We pray that anything that will happen here this evening will be pleasing in your eyes. Please give us traveling mercies as we leave, and we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. We have one presentation this evening. Oh, thank you. Mark Grizzard could not be here, but I do want to recognize, and this is in honor and recognition of your loyalty and commitment. We hereby present Mark Grizzard this certificate in appreciation for 10 years of service, this 11th day of June 2024. And even though he's not here, I'd like to thank you, Mark, and maybe we can, I don't know if he's watching, but maybe we can give him a hand of applause anyway. Thank you. All right, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. I know we need to make at least one change.
I'd like to make a change.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Marchman?
I would like for us to add one item to the agenda in consideration of not renewing Mr. Barber's contract.
Okay, where would we, Mr. Drummond? Think of a good location. Right at the top?
A5.
A5, well, under governing body. Okay, and we have an item to remove. That'll be, the item to remove is under governing bodies, Section A. It's on the second page. Item 3, request from Carroll County Chamber Board Chair. That needs to be removed, so I will entertain, unless there's any other changes, entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as
I'll move to
amended.
adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, we're going to move into public comment at this time. This portion of the meeting, there was a sign-up sheet as you came in. Thank you. sign-up sheet as you came in to council chambers. I will call on those individuals first, and anyone additional wishing to speak who did not sign up will be given an opportunity to do so as well. As you come to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. And let me just say this. This is the hardest thing for me to do, is to cut people off at 3 minutes. I hate doing that. However, because we have so many people, please do your best to stay within those 3 minutes, even if you have to share with someone else where one of y'all is speaking and someone else can finish for you if you're a family or a couple. That would be very helpful so that we can give everyone an opportunity. Those addressing the mayor and council may feel free to speak openly on the matter you wish to bring to our attention, but we ask that you do so in a respectful manner, refraining from any uncivil discourse. As an elected body, we typically do not engage in debate or question and answer during the public comment time. This is your time. However, if you have questions or concerns that necessitate a response from the staff level, I'll be happy to have the city manager contact you in a reasonable time frame within the next few days, or direct you to a staff member in the department that would be helpful for your concern. As your elected officials, we value the opportunity to hear from citizens and those who have a vested interest in our city. Jackie Childress. Yes,
My
ma'am.
name is Jackie Childress. I reside at 1050 West Highway 78, Villa Rica. I have, recently I saw something on Facebook. Most of us know that what you see on Facebook's garbage, but this brought something back into play that I had practiced for many years and don't practice anymore, so I thought I'd bring it and share it with y'all. It's called practice the pause. When in doubt, pause. When angry, pause. When stressed, pause. And when tired, pause. And when you pause, pray. What I'd like to say tonight is what I've been saying for 8 months now. Mr. Montham, you're my ward member, and I would like to say to you tonight, you are the eyes and the boots on the ground for your ward. Part of the problem that I see, not with just your ward, but with every ward here in all of the city of Villa Rica, we fail to educate us, the public. And by educate, I mean we hear, we see, we listen, but we're not being educated. Recently, I was shown a map that was several years old. Start the timer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And thanks for the extra
You get
few
10.
minutes.
No, I'm just kidding.
But what I'm saying is that regardless of what ward you represent, I implore you to meet with your people ever how often is needed to educate them and bring the facts to them. But be sure that what you bring to them is correct, concise, and hear what they say. We often hear, but we don't listen. We need to start listening to one another and hear what everybody has to say. I guess the bottom line of what I'm trying to say is you are responsible to your ward. You're all responsible to every constituent out here. We can't just dig our heels in as we have done, and you dig your heels in as you have done, and ever accomplish anything for our city. We've got to move forward because we're just spinning our wheels. I'd also like to say that I stand very firmly on the fact that taking any portion of any person's property is wrong morally, it's wrong for the city, and it does not place us in a good place. It causes more hard feelings among the people in the city. Stories are spread, lies are spread, misinformation is spread. I really honestly believe that if you don't start educating the people and informing them correctly of what's going on, this is not going to stop here. It's not going to stop tonight. It's not going to stop tomorrow. Please take the time to educate us. Take the time to get out and know your people. Walk your ward. Put your eyes on the things that need to be eyed. And then come back and tell us what we need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Peg Taylor.
I'm Peg Taylor. I'm at 2120 Osprey Cove, Villa Rica. I reiterate what she just said about Cleghorn, Darden, and Anderson. And obviously, there are people outside that are very passionate about that. So I'm hoping everybody is listening and don't take their land. That's number one. And number two is with the new shopping center, we need to probably put a no left-hand turn at that first spot where people could turn. They should have to wait till they get to the light. So that's real important because I think there's going to be a serious accident. I almost got rear-ended the other day, scared the bejesus out of me. And then also the turn lane, when you're coming the opposite direction to make a left-hand turn into Mirror Lake, maybe they could, instead of having that flashing light, maybe they could put a permanent left-hand turn so that people can make a safe left-hand turn into Mirror Lake. Another point is we have a vacant city engineer position, I think. I don't know if it still is. And rather than contracting the person that used to work there, why not just rehire him? I think I've got everything done except the last point. So, and you may know this already, the city of Fairburn, the city council did have Tom Barber removed many years ago, and they did pay out his contract, $60,000. So I'm not sure what y'all are going to decide, but there's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ryan Clark.
Before we start the timer, is it possible to get a couple extra seconds to give a little credit where credit's due for my comments about tonight?
It's a positive, right? A credit. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan.
Several of you guys up here I know on a more personal level than just the forum that we're in right now, and several of you have taken significant time, both here recently in the last week and in the last months, to talk to me, and that was your personal time, and I appreciate each of you for what you do up here and what you've done on your own personal time for the city. I do want to say that my remarks tonight are not personal, they're strictly business. All right, let's get it going. The city of Villa Rica is made up of people of many different addresses, 4 different wards. We're all people. Can we restart that? City of Villa Rica is made up of people of many different addresses and 4 different wards. We're all people of different ages, different races, different religions, and different financial means. One thing we all have in common is we want change within the government of Villa Rica. We're tired of the lies and half-truths. Many of us are tired of not being represented by our individual council members. I think we're all sick of not being heard by this body as a whole. Each of you have options that we don't have. Your actions or lack thereof affect each of us daily. You affect our home lives, and for those of us who work or own businesses in the city of Villa Rica, you affect our abilities to make a living for our family. Change is coming whether y'all like it or not. Protests will increase in locations and frequency until we're heard. Regardless, if that means your business, your home, your church, you will hear us. See, y'all got to run for these positions, so now you get 3 more choices. You can either represent your people, you can resign, or you can get used to the protests. The decision's yours. Unlike us, you're left with options. We were backed into this corner. Food for thought. Divorces are expensive because they're worth it. It's time that we end this relationship with Tom. The city of Fairburn spent $60,000 to buy out his contract. Why do you think they spent that much money? Because it was worth it. We've got a council member here that has been on record of saying in the past that they pray for the answers for our city, for guidance. And I can appreciate a praying council member, person, resident. We don't have time for Jesus to take the wheel. We need to take the wheel ourselves. Tom's employment became very real personal to me in September when he and the former mayor weaponized the city to come after me and my business for a personal conflict that the former mayor and I had. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that his time here is as limited as possible. Checkmate, Tom.
Pamela White. Pamela White.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, council member. I'm Pamela White.
Pamela, pull that mic down.
I'm Pamela White, 102 Anderson Road. I'm here with several family members, neighbors, friends, neighboring ward residents, and people from across several counties that have come and stood in solidarity with our community against the injustice of deceptive government practices, and the deliberate attempt of the city and some of its officials to take our land and destroy our historically black community or African American community. To have such a malicious and greedy council and city manager and anyone in the capacity of the government is a threat to democracy globally. This panel of government has failed not only Ward 1, but Villa Rica, Georgia as a whole. There must be change. The oath that you elected officials swore to was to refrain from unethical conduct or actions that could have adverse effects on society and compromising public welfare. You swore to refrain from abuse of authority, dishonesty, or negligence that harm the public interest. You all have failed us tremendously. When you all unanimously voted and were going in and taking votes to take our land, and then when we ask for questions, no one wants to give us clarity. We started digging deeper, and we done found some dirty hands. Okay? When you took an oath of office, you also knew that it's improper and illegal for a member of any municipal council to vote on any questions brought before the council in which it has personal gain. Anything that you could gain from. Whether if it's you traded some land, you took some money. We won't tell you what it is, we got it. And it's gone to the Department of Justice and to many other levels. We shouldn't have to come here every month to ask you all anything about leave our land alone. That's something that you're supposed to do anyway. That's an infringement. You all continue to send people out to homes to basically just kind of put pressure on people. You know, we need your land. We need 10 feet. Now we need the whole house. Stop sending martillo out there to people's homes. When we speak as a masses. You may only see a couple of us get up sometime, but we're speaking for everyone. We ask that you cease and desist coming on our properties. We can't do it. We don't want to do it. We try to stay in our lane, and we try to be in peace. Mr. Montmahan, we want to thank you for coming out and taking a look at everything for yourself. So now that you know better, you know what you need to do. Ms. Marchman, with all due respect, you know, even though you know the area, but you didn't come take care of us. You didn't come and take measurements. You didn't come to see what our eyes were seeing and stuff. Mr. Carter, you've been absent as well. We haven't seen you. And that's very disappointing. Stephanie Walmart, I commend you that you came out, you took the time out. We're not of your ward, but without any influence from any of us, You came out and you did what a real council member should have done. We appreciate you for that. Anna, you came out as well. You came out to a meeting. You saw the measurements. You did the measurements for yourself. Y'all know they're not right. Y'all know it's deceptive. They didn't try to give us clarity. At no time. They've never tried to give us clarity. We've called Mr. Barber on numerous occasions. I went to City Hall. We've sent emails. He's very dismissive. He only
Pamela?
answers to you if he wants to
Pamela,
answer to you.
15 seconds.
I got somebody give me that 3 minutes, Leslie.
You gonna argue with that one?
I won't be much longer. I won't be much longer. But the deceptive practices, they have to be dealt with. You can't just hear them. As mayor, you need to know and get more involved in what we're talking about. When you all go into your meetings and stuff, it got to be about the people's business, not about what y'all personally think. You all was elected to serve, and it was to serve your serve your constituents. We haven't asked for much. Everything we've ever asked for over in the area, we never got it. We was always told there's nothing in the budget, nothing in the budget. So is it okay that we see street lights that are not needed in certain places just go up? But we make our way through, and we've never come here and just complain. We come, we ask our city councilwoman. She directs us to Tom. Every time we've been to him, there's nothing. You know, and I just have to be honest. We're doing a lot of focusing on Mr. Barber. But he's not an elected official. When he leaves from here, whatever damage he done, he's done. So the power and authority is in the city council. They got to do right. They have to do right. You know, but we can't make them do right. But we can make them be held accountable. We will do that. And just for the note, they can't have our land. They can't have our land, none whatsoever. And we'll protest every week, and it won't be just one time a week. we got a whole calendar. We'll protest every day if that's what the city needs. So something that's stoppable, you stop it. Don't talk about, well, let's just pause it. Pause means you're gonna start up again. We want this out of our neighborhood. We want the improvements. We want the improvements because they're due to us. You know, we pay taxes. We don't sit over there on that little street and not pay taxes, or we'd have been gone. So we're taxpayers. So when you say, I'll come in and I'll put you this, you ain't giving us nothing. We done paid for that. But with all that being said, city council need to do what's right and stop letting Tom and his little buddies that's still working behind the scene, y'all quit letting them pimp y'all around this city.
Jeremy Brown. You pass. You gave your time. Is that it, Jeremy? Okay. Josh Evans.
Joshua Evans, 640 Cleveland Street, Villarica, Georgia. So I come up here quite a bit talking about water and stuff that ain't right, and you can clearly see. You can clearly see outside right now the things that aren't right here. Okay, you can walk all over this city and see things that aren't right, right? But yet we push pressure onto a community to try to take stuff from them. You know, they were displaced a long time ago. Okay, it ain't just displacing them now. You know, most of them lived on the other side of town, and they shipped them over there, and just got forgot about. They've had nothing. They were happy when they got a little basketball court. Well, what about the kids on this side of town over there that's got Gold Dust Park, got a splash pad and all that? You know, we look around and we see I look around this town, I see a lot of stuff with Thomas Dorsey on it, right? Why can't we do something with Thomas Dorsey over there for a park for these children? Why can't we have a Thomas Dorsey Park? We got Gold Dust Park. Why can't we have a park named after him? Why? I mean, that's not too much to ask, I don't think. I mean, being honest, we got enough time around here to do all the illegal stuff that y'all trying to do in the city. Why can't we do something right? I mean, y'all let these kids paint fire hydrants out here that are highly illegal. I know that's penitentiary time and a fine, right? I don't know if y'all know that. Those are there for a reason, and they're colored for a reason. The gallons per minute for the flow chart. When you paint one white, that means it's a dry hydrant with no water in it. You got one down in this corner that's white, right? So if that fireman comes by and sees that white hydrant, he's going to pass it by and try to go something else. That could matter to somebody's life. We don't do that. If I did it in my yard, y'all would have me prosecuted because I painted a fire hydrant. But it's okay for the city to do it. You got the park over there across from City Hall. Y'all put a fence up. That is encroaching on a 25-foot stream buffer. A state stream buffer. You can't do that. That's not allowed. Spraying chemicals on these creek banks. It's not allowed. You're not supposed to do that. It's got to be natural vegetation. I don't know if y'all ever looked up what a stream buffer is or state stream buffer, but you can't spray it. It's supposed to be left natural. It's illegal. You got grease running out across parking lots all over town. Go up to Hardee's, look. Go behind Food Depot, look. Go behind Ingles, look. I mean, and y'all pumping that back into the retention ponds to put it back in the creeks and streams, and it's killing fish and killing plants. That's not right. I don't like living like that. Our quality of life here is poor. I'm gonna be honest. It is very poor. You got a restaurant uptown. You walk in that thing and your shoes will stick to the floor and come off your feet. I ain't lying. KFC and Taco Bell, when you walk in there, you go to take a step, your shoes come off your feet. They stick to the floor. I mean, what's got to be done? I mean, I don't understand what y'all trying to do. You know, y'all put a $434 project in out here, $1,000 project out here that ain't gonna work. You got trough drains out there now. They don't work because they're full of dirt and silt and trash and garbage and grass. Y'all got to get it together.
Thank you, sir. Demita Pritchett. Christy Chastain.
Christy Chastain, 239 Berkeley Drive. It's interesting, some of the comments that are coming up tonight. I promise I haven't spoken with several of the people that have spoken before, but some of what I'm about to say is going to be very familiar. Transparency in government should not only exist in a perfect world, it should be the baseline. One of the things I have noticed in reviewing the city manager reports, there is information about most of the departments within the city with one glaring omission. What does Mr. Barber do? I mean, if he's so critical to this city, shouldn't we know what he does? One thing I suggest is that for major projects within the city, that he start preparing a project report. High level, does not have to be detailed, but it can include simple things like the project name and description, what its status is, an assessment of the project, the progress versus its plan for city projects, an assessment of the budget. Is it on budget? Is it running under budget, over budget? A task overview or a phase overview. Where are we at on it? What's been completed? What's still upcoming? Where are we at right now? I mean, these things are not complicated to put in a report. And I can tell you, if the city knew where we were on some projects, the mess that has been created due to the lack of transparency with the project over on Cleghorn and Anderson wouldn't have gotten this far. So that's my suggestion. Have your city manager start preparing a report.
Thank you, ma'am. is it Billy Oliver? For Walter Hines? Oh, Polly. It's Polly. Yes. Polly Oliver for Walter Hines. You did it. Okay. All right. Deborah Ricks. Okay, thank you. Alita Farmer.
Good evening. My name is Alita Dobbs Farmer. I'm representing my father at 216 Anderson Road, Lester Dobbs. I'm coming before you because of the experience that we've been having with the members of City Council and the lack of respect, the lack of care that they have taken on this community. I'm saddened to have to even bring up what your role is. I even went and researched what a role is of a city councilman. And so by looking at it, it says y'all supposed to provide leadership and guidance. Y'all supposed to facilitate communication between community and council, determining policy, planning for the future, managing assets, governing finances, reviewing policy, attending the meetings and being informed, voting at meetings, being aware of local issues, following up on problems, gaining and maintaining support, accountability to community. I don't know what community this council has been accountable to, but it hasn't to Ward 1. I am so disappointed. Now, I'm going to personally say this. Shirley is a family to me. I love Shirley. So regardless of how this come out, Shirley, I love you. But I am disappointed because I would have expected out of everyone up there for you to have communicated to all of us what was going on. Yes, you're one vote, but your vote count. We would have came up here and fought with you, stood with you, protested with you. Just talk to us, Shirley. I don't know what broke down in communication, but where we are now is this. We need a vote. And we need to count on your vote today. We need to know that this is going to be a cease and desist and that no one is going to be up here taking our property. Your mother's home is across the street from my mother's home. I don't understand. I don't understand how you could put our homes in this situation. I know this is personal to me because I care about her. And I know who she is, and I know who her mommy is, and her sister is, and her brother. I know her family. But this hurts me. And it hurts me that I have to come up here to these people who have been elected by their constituents and have conversations about what you should and should not do. Y'all are not children. Y'all know right from wrong. Now, everyone knows that there was a grant that was written that was not for our community. Everybody up there know that y'all have renamed our community East Village. Everybody know that the grant was written to only acquire business from someone else. It's time for all of y'all to do what y'all supposed to do. Now again, if we have to go to the next step, like we said, we're going legal. We're not stopping here. We have something on almost everyone sitting up there. And we are willing to go to the state and to go to court. So, again, I forewarn you, make a decision.
Vivian Lyons. Mally, is it Eden? Elder. Yes, you pass? Okay. Trey Farmer.
Trey Farmer, I'm speaking for 116 Cleghorn. I'm also a pastor. I want to publicly say that on the record. We had a meeting the other week, and I said, give me 7 days. We were going to pray, and I'm going to get to this. but obviously there's a lot of corruption and disunity and dishonesty going on. And I publicly, again, I'm a preacher, so if you believe in Allah, whoever, I don't want to offend you. But in my personal time, I pray for this city every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. And one of my last encounters, there was a dream, and it was blood. It was coming from several cities and a few different states. And the Lord was dealing with me about some things that were coming and that was going to be exposed. And so I'm coming first to say that obviously, as the city officials, some of you don't value the voice of the Lord, nor do you value what's right. And you have people whose lives are in shambles. They are stressed. They're depressed, losing sleep. Some are having to worry about what they're going to do with money, if they're going to be able to afford to do things to defend their home, to defend their land, or whatever it is that's going on. And my first thing is I'm going to need somebody's time, so be prepared. My first thing is I talked to Miss Marchman earlier, and she was under the impression, that there were some people that hate her or dislike her. She told me to speak for myself, and I told her, I said, no, Miss Marchman, that's not it. I talked to these people, and I said, we'll be with you. People, no, I want to speak and give you some clarity as well. Give me a second. They're not, it's not hatred. It's hurt. It's disappointment.
I didn't use that word.
You don't have to listen, but I'm going to speak. And all confrontation is not bad confrontation. Actually, some confrontation is healthy. It's proof that we're growing. It's growing pains. You've been married, so you and your spouse may not always agree, but you work it out. And as a city, that's where I'm going. We don't always agree with one another. There's going to be something that comes up that may not be in the favor of one person. But I said this the other day, and I'm going to say it again. I'm 26 years old. I'm not on nobody's side. I'm on the right side. I'm on God's side. And what I am going to do, I see Janetta here. Hey, Janetta. I'm going to make sure that every young person in my generation, number one, that they're registered to vote. Number two, I'm going to make sure that they understand the importance of where we are in time so that we're more involved with what's going on in our city, that we're educated and we understand. Who time I got? Okay, thank you. And so I'm here because tonight we need to do something. And I'm not telling you what you need to do in a sense, but let me say this openly. Whatever we got to do, Miss Marchman, Mr. Matt, Mr. Carter, Stephanie, Anna, Leslie, Tom, anybody, whatever we got to do to make it right for the citizens of Villa Rica, we need to do it. If you got to go back behind the scenes and say, hey, I know we talked about doing this and it's not going to work, it ain't personal. But now is the time to do what's right for the people. And they protested, and I know they're saying we'll keep on no. They don't have to keep protesting. You heard them. You know what's right. Do it. We shouldn't have to keep doing all this, that. You know what? You heard it. Do it. And here's the truth. I told you this before. The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, beholding good and evil. You may get by, but you won't get away. You hold on, y'all. You may pull a trick and get something over on man, but trust me, the Bible says, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And that doesn't mean that you'll reap it in Villa Rica or reap it from Trey, but you're going to reap it before you leave earth. And I want to say, do what's right. And finally, most of you I know go to church because I found out where you attend church. I want to have conversations with your leaders and see, do we have conversations about conviction and repentance? Because above the people, your soul is on the line. And being a liar, being a deceiver, being a cheater, it's only one place for the wicked. It's hell. Repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. And the city of Villa Rica, I said it before, I'm 26 years old. My first encounter was at Glenton Heisman in a bubble with the Lord. This city has endured wickedness in high places. But I'm telling you, the Lord is raising up people who will not be afraid to do whatever they need to do. And Mr. Tony light. He's watching. He works at Fox 5. He's a member of my church in Atlanta. We will do whatever we need to do with the help of the media to make sure that this is not swept away, and we will make sure that whatever needs to be done is done. I have no cat or dog in the fight. I'm not here on business matters, and I want to say this last thing because I think he got away. Wherever Jay Collins is, and I'll say this publicly, Jay, you have not gotten away. And for all of my fellow African Americans that go and patronize his business, think again. You ain't got away.
Amy McCoy. Amy, not Emma. Yeah.
Yeah, Amy. A-M-Y. Hey. All right, good evening. Amy McCoy, I live at 9938 Ashton Old. I'm actually in the neighboring county of Douglas County. But I've been in real estate over 20 years, and I deal a lot with public policy as it concerns housing. I'm a fair housing advocate. And fair housing was a legislation that was passed 55 years ago. But I want to prove something to you. I want to point this out. Many of these people have owned their homes longer than when that law came into place, which was very hard. I see on that wall says City of Gold, and yet all I see is City of Shit. Because, and I'm gonna tell you why, because there's poison going into these streams, and we have not cared. More than 80 people have passed away due to cancer. As a cancer survivor, I take offense to that this is something that is willfully happening. To then take someone's home without compensation when they have used their hard-earned labor and work to be able to afford that home, to be able to strip them of their equity, their legacy, which is very hard to come by because right now we already have appraisal biases. We already are combating our values. But then for a city to come in and say, your house is valued at nothing, it's better as a golf cart path. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. Gentrification is not necessary in this at this point. There were other routes that could have been taken. You don't need to strip someone's home. And we know this has everything to do with race, or it would have been transparent. We would have taken the time to have knocked on the doors. We would have taken the time to put the phone calls in. We would have taken the time to put letters in the mailbox. Clearly, people are walking across people's yard now to go knock on the doors to talk to the tenants, to get the tenants to move out. So it puts the homeowners in a situation of how are they going to be able to afford that mortgage for those that have mortgages? And for them to not even be compensated is an insult. You need to do better. I would love to be able to come back and say, hey, that's a city of gold because they took care of their residents. They made all their citizens rich with love for their community. But right now, I see city of shit. And we deserve better. They deserve better. You should be doing better. I expect a call this evening. Thank you.
I can't quite make out the last name, but it's Lucinda. Lucinda's the first name. Is it Augustine or?
Yes, Lucinda
Augustine.
Augustine.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that I moved into Villa Rica because I saw 2 rocking chairs on the front porch, and I wanted to get away. You guys are taking away my mother's home. As I look here, you guys are poking a bear. And you think it's a joke, right? I sit here and I see.
Oh, hang on 1 second.
I'm sorry.
It's not you, it's
Okay.
the train. He may be done.
And if I can
Okay,
use
I'm
someone's
sorry.
time.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right,
Go
so
right
my
ahead.
name's Lucinda Augustine. Like I said, I moved to Villa Rica because I saw 2 rocking chairs on the front porch. And I thought about my family. As you can see, I'm looking here. Everybody's pouring their hearts to you. You are elected officials. It's funny to me that everybody just has a blank stare while we're staying up at night. I'm stressed. My mother's 72 years old, and you're trying to take my land. The land that I pay taxes for, the land that I own. Now, the parents might be old, but the children are young and educated. I don't think you guys understand the battle that is getting ready to take place. The same way that you're affecting us, I assure you I'm going to affect you, your family, and every business that you own or is a part of. Please be mindful what you're doing. It's baffling to me that you're doing side deals, contracts for a road. A road. We're not talking about a garden. We're not talking about fixing the infrastructure here in Villa Rica, the water supply, the soil. We're talking about a road. And all you guys are telling us is we're going to do eminent domain, right? Because you want to throw that out there because it's a scare tactic, because we know that, oh, it's police power. You're going to take my house. But I assure you, every dime, nickel, penny I have, I will find an individual auditor. I'm going to pull this city apart. All your finances is going to be looked at. If anyone gains from taking away our home, because that's what you're doing. You're taking away my mother's home, where my children will play, where my dog will run, just to tell me that I need it for a road. You guys are not thinking that this might be your last term, okay? You're not thinking that the next time you're going to be applying for a job, because we are the citizens. I'm not asking you, I'm not begging you, because I pay my taxes, my water bill, my utilities. Everything I do and I have is for the city. And for everybody to pour their heart out here and they're telling you, don't take our land. And you're sitting there, I don't know who you are, ma'am, Miss Shirley. When the person was here talking, you had a straight up attitude. When the pastor was here talking to you, you were doing all this and all. Do you know what? But listen, do you know how much stress that we're in?
Me too.
Do you know how much stress that we're in?
Okay.
That you guys have left us with no choice. You're trying to tie our hands and tie it to eminent domain when you know it's not fair. You're not showing us any documentation where you had any type of engineers remap, reroute, anything. You didn't say, hey, we tried this didn't work. The only thing we heard was, we need your property. We have federal backing for $20 million. It is what it is. So be it. And you come to my house and you tell me, I know your house is vacant. You send this person to my house. You send that person to call me. I need 10 feet. No, I don't need 10 feet. I need your whole land. And I'm just supposed to lay down and say, okay. How else do you guys want us to react to you? Today might be me, tomorrow could be you. How else do you want me to act to you? What else do you want me to say? I can't pray to Jesus. I can't say, Lord, fix it, because he's telling us to fix it. You see what's going on in here. There's different races and colors here. We're all affected. But looking at those streets have no outing points. That's by design. Those communities, we're thriving by ourselves. We don't ask for anything. And then you come and you say, Mirror Lake Connector. To me, I feel like that's an insult. Because I cannot drive into Mirror Lake, whether I have a Mercedes, a Cadillac, or whatsoever. They will look at me like, why are you here? But they can take their golf cart and come down to my street, come sightseeing like we're a tourist attraction. Come on. This isn't fair. Get it together, replan it. Don't say we'll think about it. There's no money. I don't want your money. I want my land. Fix it. Have a meeting of the minds. Whatever contractors you've had, whatever you agree to, forfeit it. Because if you don't, we're going to take it all the way to the top. And I don't mean the governor.
Douglas Lang. Douglas Lang.
Sorry. Truth be told, I'm a bit emotional right now. And not even sure that I should have come up here, because I'm going to be repeating, although not as eloquently, as all the things that my beautiful neighbors have already said. It's heartbreaking to hear. We all have trials and tribulations in life, but to think about generational homes even adds to it. But even if it weren't generational homes, to think that every night you go to bed and the last thought that crosses your mind before you may be fortunate enough to pass out is, will I have a home tomorrow? And when you wake up, the first thought that crosses your mind, aside from work and bills and kids and everything else, is, will I have a home for my family tomorrow? So I'll just say a couple little things and get out of here. The vast majority of this the vast majority, not everybody, the vast majority of this council has dithered, delayed, changed their votes, and seemingly has done everything humanly possible to avoid addressing the concerns of the citizens. You know, I honestly don't know what on earth you folks are thinking. Why do you feel that the four of you can hold 20,000 of us hostage and take a part of our community? We are Villa Rica, we are Cleghorn, we are whatever you want to call it. We're all in this together, and this is our town, and we're not going to have it just molested this way. You see what's taking place on social media. You hear and see us at these meetings. I don't know, is this the 6th meeting, 7th meeting, 8th meeting since the election? Everybody keeps saying the same thing. We're pouring our hearts out to you. It seems like it's just falling on deaf ears. You see protesting right here in front. You see protesting at City Hall. You're about to start seeing protesting this week in front of businesses, maybe homes, maybe your churches. I don't know what, but this group ain't stopping. You may have 30 things that you're all working on that are very important that none of us know about. We're just not privy to executive sessions, some of the crises within the city. But I'll tell you, there's 4 things that are very pressing that we do know about and that you've heard, and I'll make it really brief. 1, Tom Barber must be removed from office. He is simply not trusted or wanted anymore. 2, we want the existing, I believe, I can say this, that the existing roads within the Cleghorn neighborhood want to be repaired. Water and sewer storm and water runoff repaired. Sidewalks and lighting repaired. However, we do not want any new, wider roads, and we do not want any private property to be touched in any way, shape, or form. I also have to question if we want Tizinger vans representing the city anymore. There's a lot of water under the bridge in the last few months, and I don't know that we're a good fit any longer. And that I'll leave it at that. And council members, Ryan, I didn't steal this from you. Council members, you got some choices. Represent your constituents, resign, or be recalled. Thank you.
That is the last name I have. Is there anyone else who did not give up their time that still would like to speak but did not sign in? Yes, sir. Mr. Steele?
Brent Steele, CBK Mechanical, 101 Cleghorn Street, right next to the railroad. When you look at the maps that have been created by the city, the map cuts right through to Darden. At the last uncalled or called meeting we had, I asked, why was it that Darden had to be, and he said, it's already been done, it's already been priced out, it's a done deal. I said, has it been brought up to the people? It doesn't have to be. It's already done. So cavalierly. So if you look at the maps on the city, it's a given you got to have golf carts for the people from Mirror Lake to come downtown. And it's not don't believe me, it's what's happening, and I believe that's what's happening. We want to be able to take golf carts, I don't live in Mirror Lake, from Mirror Lake downtown, because Mirror Lake downtown's getting ready to have all this money spent. So it makes sense that the city is trying to grow and bring great possibilities to downtown. So they need a street. I think it should have been thought way before this, before even public shopping center put in. The map should have been agreed to and looked at thoroughly, in that where the railroad comes out, where I'm even at with my business, it would affect a whole lot less people. And I'm not trying to say I'm trying to give it to you. I'm just saying it should have been a view. And that should have been, if you would have taken the property, because you're going to sit, Publix is going to be there. If it rode on the other side of Publix, could have came out next to the commercial properties, it could have been a better view. I haven't looked at it well enough. Hadn't studied it. I'm just thinking through. I don't think anybody's thought it through. They've already said Darden's a done deal. My gentleman to my right I thought he was gone, but he's here. But he's still here. He cavalierly told me it's a done deal and you can go fly a kite in more sense. I guess what I'm trying to make a point is this meetings, and there's been a concession of them, has been brought up. And the worst thing about it is, before the mayor became office, I was in a meeting a year, maybe a little bit more than that. I didn't know I was talking to the mayor at the time. He was in real estate, and he had a meeting at the library. And I asked a question, and he said, I said, why isn't the mayor here? And he said, no, I'm not the mayor. I'm a real estate agent. Later in the meeting, I called him a liar, and he wouldn't talk to me anymore, because I just don't care. If he wants to call me a liar, I don't care. But I just want the point to be made that just be honest. If you bring the points out to the people and show the map and what are possibilities, it could have been sold. I think that this could have been done if you would have looked at the possibilities of where the road could have been run. It was never done. Now we've got this median separated, this beautiful road coming out of Anderson Cleghorn, and then Darden's a done deal, as you might repeat. This could still be changed, and this can still be done if we just say, let's look at the map again. Thank you.
Anyone else who did not sign in who would still like an opportunity to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jennifer Johnson, 143 Pin Oak Trail. I just want to say, Tom, you are on notice, and Shirley, you are definitely on notice. You will not run unopposed next time. Believe that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I need to give my name?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address, please.
My name is Melba Arnold, and I'm at 5008 Serenity Point Lane, Villa Rica. And I'm only speaking because I was surprised when I read and learned that a road was going through that community. I am not from Georgia. I am not from Villa Rica, but I retired here from my career of 50-something years. And so much has changed since I moved here. So hearing about this situation, I wanted to just share what it did when I was a teenager in Louisiana. I have seen this happen in different states where I have lived, where all of a sudden there's this road that has to come through this community, and all those communities in the different states that I've lived in were always black. Now, that's not to point a finger at anyone, but it certainly is evident. I'm not making it up. So when we were children, we had one to come through our neighborhood in Louisiana. My sister is still living there. There was a freeway proposal back in 1969. The community was predominantly, or actually almost 100% Caucasian. It's been put on hold until when? just a few years ago when the community flipped and became very, very diversely black. And now the freeway all of a sudden is coming through. I'm just putting this evidence out there. I'm not making it up, and it's something for everyone to think about. There is something that is not right about this, and I'm not saying that I have any answers, but I am sharing that this is just, it caught my eye in the news, and I'm thinking, I grew up with this. I grew up with this, where if you want to get the freeway, you know, and you don't want to affect the people that look like you or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I do know that in each occasion, it turned out to be a predominantly, if not all black community. And I just wanted to share that because it did break up households. People lost money. It tore up the communities that eventually became just nothing. So I just thought I would add that to give people food for thought.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else who did not sign in and would like an opportunity? Yes, sir.
Quasi Hudson, 945 South Lashman Circle. I've been watching this from afar, you know. Now I haven't been in it. I got some things to do, but I want to get in it. Trust me, but I got things to do. But the one thing that's probably that's made me most upset about this thing is the political posturing. You know, trying to find curry with the people. You know, going out there telling them things that may not be true, or the I don't knows without coming back and giving them information. You know, every time I think about getting into this situation, I hear the city's having a meeting with the citizens, and I back off. I think we're on our third or fourth or fifth right now. And this is like what? This is June, so this is the 6th month of this circus continue going on, you know. And the meeting I did go to, and I've been keeping a pretty good tab on what's going on with this project. I left that meeting a little bit more confused than I was going in, you know. Just being honest, Tom and what's the other guy's name? McNeil, McGuy. They did a terrible job explaining stuff, you know, terrible job. And I would like to say that instead of you guys political posturing, trying to find curry, I would really ask you guys to go in the back room with Tom, because he pretty much knows everything. He just can't tell us correctly. Go in the back room and pick his mind and get rid of his I don't knows, you know. For real, and find out what's really going on, and then have the heart and the courage to come tell the people exactly what's going on. That's it. That's all I'm asking, you know, for the truth. All right, and I gotta get up out of here. Y'all have a good day, man.
Anyone else who has not spoken and didn't give up their time to someone else that would like an opportunity? Oh. Yeah. If he chooses to do so, there is a time for city manager report. Obviously, that's not something I would handle. But if there's no one else, I'm going to go ahead and move along. I thank you for the people that have come. This is part of having a First Amendment, having representative government. It's our job to represent you. Yes, sir, did I see? If you are, you need to come to the mic, because I...
It was brought out a second ago about the racial and maps. Everyone look at the history of Atlanta. Atlanta is divided by I-20, 75, and 85. Look at the history. It was divided by 20, north and south, black and white. Please look at the history of Atlanta and how it divided. Now look at the history of Villa Rica. They've got to get the money to the business. Separate it. Atlanta did a fine thing when they did the last minute, and that was the walk around Atlanta. Beautiful thing. They've taken up a lot of property, but they made it work.
Greenbelt.
We can make it work. Work together.
Okay, we're going to go to council updates. If there's any subjects of general interest or concerns during this time. Yes, Councilman McCoy?
First off, to Amy McCoy, I see your billboard every day. When I would drive down I-20, I would see your billboard every day, so I kind of feel like I'm seeing a celebrity. But every day, and then I'm Anna McCoy, so I'd be like, hey, that's my name up there. Then I'm like, no, that's not. Anyway, that was my tangent. What I'm going to say, I actually, because I gave Councilwoman Warmoth grief, and I am a big enough person I can admit when I'm wrong, I am actually making a prepared statement. I typically don't like prepared statements because I think they take away authenticity, and I'm a horrible writer. That's probably the main reason. But I have a prepared statement, so if y'all will bear with me, I appreciate it, but I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong.
Prepared statements are great, I'm just saying.
So, okay, I did that about,
Hang on just a second. Oh, I forgot. I think we're good. It's quiet. I think we're good.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was in a daze. I apologize. Okay, so as I was saying, I have the prepared statement, and one of the reasons I do try to live my life authentically. What you see is what you get. I have my faults. Just admitted one a minute ago. I'm sarcastic, I'm sassy, and I'm very stubborn. Sometimes being stubborn is a good thing because stubborn people tend to stand by their convictions, probably to a fault. Last meeting, I set a goal of 500 homes, but this month did not turn out as I expected. I did visit a few houses in my neighborhood. So in context, in the last meeting, I talked about the whole issue with the city manager and what do my constituents think. And because I did tell, I believe, the people are sitting here today that I did tell them I would go home to home, and I did. But then graduation parties came, and of course everybody's asking me what's been. I literally got asked at graduation party, what is new at City Hall? I'm like, really, y'all. So anyway, got asked that. So I set my goal. Didn't go as expected. I did visit a few houses in my neighborhood. No one in my neighborhood had an opinion either way about what to do, but these are also people who ask me, what does the city manager do? Usually their follow-up question was, okay, then what does the mayor do? Then I would have to explain that. Then they did have some, and then I did talk to some people that are in Mirror Lake but in Shirley's ward, and I've talked to some people who are in Mirror Lake but they're Leslie's ward. Then the outcry from Anderson Cleghorn happened. I'm disappointed for a lot of things. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm disappointed in the way Tom has handled this. I'm disappointed that we all can't come to a realization. This is, as you have sat here and poured out your hearts, this is what affects your livelihoods, your homes, and everything like that. But I do ask you to think that what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? How are things going to be stopped? At the meeting I went to at the funeral home, y'all said y'all don't want the sidewalks. Well, that's perfectly fine. I will never vote to put sidewalks in that neighborhood. If that's how y'all feel and that's what you want with your property, it's your property. I will sit here today and say I will never vote for sidewalks to go in. As for the road, that is a little bit more complicated. I know someone who was at the meeting last time spoke for Mirror Lake that we didn't want golf carts. And so I didn't take that as the whole community. So I spoke with people on our HOA, and they're like, yeah, they don't really want the road going through. but because of the traffic coming off Shoreline going across, and it's backing up into their homes, and I completely understand that. My problem is now, though, when we've got a draft from our public information officer. My problem is now, though, all these things have been approved and done before most of us were on council. I know definitely me and Ms. Warmoth, and maybe even Mr. Montahan. They were done on council by previous administrations, by previous mayor. So I would implore everybody to look at, these are my realistic choices I have. And the way I look at it with the road is I have the choice to have breach of contracts and a lot of lawsuits, or we build the road. And I haven't made a decision. I have to overthink it. That's just how I am. But that is where I am in my head. And so if anybody's curious, anybody wants to know, that's where I am with my head. In my head. Also, too, with the Mr. Barber, I attended the last meeting at the funeral home, as I believe Pam mentioned. Thank you for giving me a shout out. I was a little surprised, but so that's why I have that shocked look on my face. But I saw the blatant miscommunication. I was disappointed for all of us. I was disappointed for us as a council, I was disappointed for us as a city, and I was disappointed in Mr. Barber. My fellow council members can attest that I've made in private comments that Mr. Barber should not be allowed to talk to the public. I have made those comments, but so I was kind of surprised he was leading the meeting. And so I was very disappointed in that. And that meeting's helped me make my decision on how we go forward with his contract, and I'm very glad that it is on the agenda. So with that being said, I know that's not what everybody wants to hear. I know that people still going to be irritated with something I've done. It might not be exactly to their liking, but I do implore us to Ms. Childers, who was really great with kicking off our public comment, that we should take the time to try to understand. We as a council should take the time. I'm guilty of it. I'm probably guilty of it more than anybody else up here. We should take the time to get out there and answer questions and have boots on the ground, for especially when it's such a important issue like this. We need to start doing that, and we need to pause, and we need to make sure we have the right map and we have the right information. And if we don't know something, we need to make sure we go back and figure it out. Like, I don't know is an answer. I would rather somebody tell me I don't know than give me the absolutely positively wrong information. But we need to be, personally, I'll just say I need to be better at following up. And everybody deserves that, no matter what ward you live in. So with that being said, I've also heard a rumor. I will address this, and I protect anybody's right to protest. In fact, Mr. Lang talked about it in his public comment, that y'all are going to protest in front of our house, our home, our business, whatever. That's fine. You have every right to come to my house and protest. But do take into consideration, I have 2 teenage daughters. I have my neighbors that didn't ask for this. My daughters didn't ask for this. And, amen, but hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Y'all do. And I said you're more than welcome to come to my house and protest. That's perfectly fine. You can do that. I have no problem with it. But as I said in the comments, I am a very stubborn person, and not that I think this way, but I'm also do not want to be bullied. Again,
hang on, you guys.
Again, I'm not done.
I know this is hard. Believe me, this is a rough night. Hang in there. We're going to get through this, and I think we're going to be okay on the other end. But hang in there.
We are.
We will be. Go ahead and finish your statement, but we are going to do the whole Cleghorn discussion.
That.
Okay.
I know that. You have every right to come do that. In fact, I welcome it. Come to my house. That's fine. I am just giving you what the lay of the land is like where I live. So, with that being said, I sit here and you have my word. I will not vote for sidewalks. I will vote because you have said you don't want it. I sat in the meeting and heard we don't want it. You don't want sidewalks, correct? Okay. Okay, that's good. Start with that. What?
We can figure out those details. Yeah, the big one is the road.
But no, this is what I'm saying. I'm in the same boat y'all are in. I don't get, hold on, not technically. Well, I'm in the same boat because there's so much talk and so much confusion and everything has gotten discombobulated. When I talk to Mr. Barber, I hear, oh, we're only taking 5 feet. When when y'all were at the funeral home, y'all were like, I don't want it. That's fine. I want to know what y'all want. I would like y'all to tell y'all want.
Different for each person because each land is different measurements.
Okay.
We don't
It is.
know what
It's-
the clarity is because we don't know what land, what direction they're actually.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You guys,
That's what-
listen, as hard as this is, you're gonna need to make your statement and not engage. You can, at any time, you can hold a town hall, get that feedback, do it sooner, better, rather than later.
But with all due respect,
Right.
Mayor, how many town halls have been had?
Well, I'm just saying.
I understand
And we have never, ever gotten into a shouting match in a meeting. I've been
I
on
don't think
council
there- I
10
don't think-
years. So, and the audience should not feel the need to defend themselves. So hang in there. Go ahead and give your statement.
I don't think
but-
I don't think anybody's being disrespectful. My whole thing is, so my statement is, tell us specifically what you want. Tell me, reach out to me. I will give you my phone number. I want to know what you want. What infrastructure do you want? Who is it different for? So that we can all work together and get this resolved. I don't want anybody's homes taken. I don't want anybody getting anything they don't want. But there is going to be a time when we're between a rock and a hard place due to what previous councils have done. And we'll have a decision and we'll be able to make an informed decision. But until then, I need 2 things. I need one from Mr. Barber. I need clearly what this looks like because I'm a visual person. And I need from y'all to understand what y'all want so your homes are comfortable and they stay.
Okay, so if you're finished, we'll go into.
And I'm done. And that is
okay.
that is what.
Is there? Hey, hang on, Pam. Hang on,
Okay.
Pam. Hang on, Pam. I know you got a lot of information. I know. We're gonna go. I'm assuming there's no other updates. I think they gave their time to you, and we're gonna go. We're gonna go right into consent agenda. I'll take my time when we get to the discussion of Cleghorn. Yes. I have no update to give. We have a consent agenda. I'm going to read through the items that we covered earlier today. You will be glad to know that a lot of them will be all put together and voted on at once. The items that we did discuss during the work session that we put in basically a package that we are in agreement on is number 1, amendment to Article 7 of Section 2-192 to establish a records officer, and that will be the city clerk. Number 2, modification of the Georgia Municipal Association bylaws. Number 3, a street light on Lawrence Drive. Number 4, requests for extension of operating dates for a temporary mobile food vending operation, and that's the Chick-fil-A operation that's been on 78 while they're under construction. Number 5, workers' compensation renewal. Number 6, yearly contract for gateway and library maintenance. Number 7, modifications of existing water line on Highway 61. Number 8, the Finance Department reorganization. Number 9, FY24 budget amendments, numbers 242 through 249. And number 10, cottages at Villa Rica pump station easement. And I'll just mention before I entertain a motion on this is the items that we tend to vote together like that Yes, they get discussed. They usually tend to be not controversial items, and everyone is in agreement that it's something we will vote on together. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Clerk, that's unanimous. I know you're trying to handle a bunch of different things at once. Okay, we have no, just two. Looks like just two. Approval of minutes from both the work session and the regular session on the 14th. We better do these separately just in case. Hopefully everybody read through the minutes. If you saw anything, I hope you send it to the clerk. Unless there's a change or anybody's brought up anything that's not correct in the minutes, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the approval of the work session minutes for May 14th. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, and the minutes also on the same date for the regular session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, second. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, and we took item, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we removed item 3. So we're going to go into the discussion of the Villa Rica Parkway. And obviously, some of the comments have dealt with everything all over that. I put this on the agenda for a reason. It's the hottest thing right now that we're dealing with and the most disturbing. I wrote no public statement, so what you'll hear from me is what I pray the Lord will give me the right words to say. This road, yes, sure. The road specifically has been talked about for 20 some odd years or whatever. At one time they said it was just going to be a path. But let me say this first, because I've heard some comments that have concerned me a little bit. I've knocked on doors all over this city, and there are people of all races all over this city. And I'm telling you right now, that comment about coming together, we must. I want you to know that although I do not live in Mirror Lake, I've talked to many people there. There's a number that have no idea that the road is even occurring. This road was seen visionary even prior to maybe almost all of us, or I should say path at that time, was something that would connect the two parts of the city. Now, it's morphed over time. There's everything from, being able to get emergency vehicles in when the train's there and everything else. But it's been talked about for a long time, but there's a big difference between something that's talked about and when it gets down to the finite details of where it's going to go, who it's going to impact, and that's what's brought us to this. We must not, Villa Rica people are good people. This problem was not caused by the citizens. I want you to know that not only are there people in Mirror Lake that didn't know about the path, they do not want to see U.S. tourism as looking. It is my hope that I can walk through, not on this path, okay, but because of what we have so far, I've been able to do that and come down on Myrtle Street yesterday. I cannot speak for everyone else, but I will speak very clearly for myself. I ran for this office because I had a serious problem. I sat in the seat over here as a council person. I served my people. I'm sure I messed up at times, but I'll tell you what. They knew I was honest, they knew I informed them, and I was transparent. I didn't want this mayor's seat. I ran for this position because I was very tired of two people running this city by themselves, and the council was secondary to that. And if you read our charter, most of the power lies in the hands of the council. It is a weak mayor system. That is not the way we were operating. Day-to-day operations and the violation of our charter was going on a regular basis by the previous mayor. I decided I was going to put an end to it. and that I had a good chance to win it. That was my goal. It has been extremely chaotic. He promised that it would be chaotic if I won. The only difference was the chaos was not going to be caused by me or the people up here. It was going to be caused by the two individuals who wanted to hold on to power in this city. So right now it looks very dark, but this is going to stop. We are not going to proceed that way. What you have been given as far as information, when I don't understand it, I don't expect you to understand it. And I'm sure this is going to get referred to later, what we were handed right before the work session. This piece of propaganda to try to cover for what has occurred. I took my time between the new meetings to read through this and highlight it, and I'm sorry, I'm getting just a little passionate. Because all of a sudden, I was told, do you guys know what you're going to get over there? Well, you may lose some of your property. So, first of all, I don't believe there's any stomach for eminent domain up here. They will come over our dead bodies to use eminent domain to get anybody's house, because I will stand with you. If we have to, I better be careful about what I say legally. Legally, I want to be careful to not put the city in a... some things may be costly to handle, but I told some of y'all out front today, there are things that are costlier than money. When you destroy neighbors' relationships with one another and the citizens, and you have people that for decades will remember what you did to them, and they'll bring it up here. Do you know what happened back in 2024 to a community in our city? Any power that I do have, that will not happen. I was told after I asked, can we please make sure they don't tear down the basketball court over there? And I was informed by the city manager, and that part was correct, when I said, is there any demo going on? Not that I'm aware of. I asked after that, well, can we make sure until we have the Tuesday meeting that no demo, no further damage occurs? That's the only place they have to play right now. And can we see that it's not further damage? Well, you do know that we don't own that property anymore. It was in the swap, Arbor Place. It's my understanding that Arbor Place owns it. And so I asked, was any consideration given for this community that if we took away something from them, that it would be provided somewhere else in the neighborhood? I've been asking that for a little while. Do you know what I found out? Not only in an email, it got put in this piece of propaganda that's supposed to cover for the city to make us look better about what we're doing. And I do not relish that I'm doing this, because I want to be able to represent the city and be proud of what we're doing. Do you know what you guys might get, but nobody ever told you this in any of those meetings? And I'll tell you right now, if I wanted your house, if I wanted your driveway, say I just want 10 feet. Maybe I only want 5 feet, but I need 10 feet to work on it, because I still don't know what the stakes mean, and I'm the mayor. That's embarrassing that your council up here, and I will defend the council on this part, council has been kept in the dark on the details of this for months because two people were running this city. I'm very sure that they knew what the plan was, but Darden Street, y'all showed up in July. You showed up in July and it changed the path. Well, I thought it changed the path. We were told it wasn't going to involve Darden Street. It's going to involve those two rental houses going to come down, maybe Miss Noel's house. I don't know where it goes from there because I never saw anything. Well, now I'm seeing right of way that includes Darden Street properties. So when you're up here and you can't explain to the people, that's a problem. That is a lack of transparency with your own governing body. The governing body does not even have the transparency they need to make a good decision. And lastly, because I'm about to quit and give somebody else a turn, when I found out that if I was going to sell you something, if I wanted to sell you that, hey, you know what you're going to get? Where is it here? Cleghorn Street Park. There it is. We're looking at doing a park with amenities. Did you know that just possibly you may get a pavilion, a walking path, a dog park, a pickleball facility? It had a walking track. I found that out yesterday in an email. Now listen, if I wanted your property or part of your property to run a through, or to get you to be agreeable to let me put in something maybe that you even do want, like better lighting or that water main. I think y'all want that. We want that water main going through. You just don't, you want it in a place where it doesn't impact your. Did you ever hear about any of this? Okay, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that. That was rhetorical. We can't get a little green park that's less than 50 yards across done down here. But we can all of a sudden have 2 dog parks. Something's not right here. None of us, and y'all know it, none of us have ever heard of this before because I asked. I said, does anybody on the governing body know that you might provide all this for these people? Well, I said, send me that concept. Well, I said, send me what you got. I didn't know about this. Does even Miss Shirley know about it? No, just me, a couple staff members, and Falcon Design who's designing it. I said, can you send me the concept? Well, there's not a concept. We've just been working on it. We've been working on it, but it's not even scribbled out on a napkin. There's nothing to show for it. I can't say this emphatically, so I'm going to pretend I'm in a court of law. I don't know that this wasn't just made up in the last 2 days, but I highly suspect it was. Because not one of us heard anything about it. And I'm telling you, if I wanted something from you, I sure would have told you that I had some great amenities coming your way. This is a problem. There has been a lack of transparency. And lastly, if it has anything to do with me, I was for a path. I was for a connecting road. Not this one. Not this direction.
Miss Mayor,
Counsel.
may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I said I wasn't going to say anything.
No, please do.
But there's a few things that I need to say as far as what you're talking about, that right there. Now, and I think I mentioned it to one of the people out here, that there is a concept. Okay, there is a concept, like you said, what you heard. But I asked about this when I did ask what you go, because I was the one started this about the basketball court over there. Now, Miss Pam did call me at one time and asked me about the bathroom. And I said, okay, I'll check into it. Now, I did pass that on. Whenever somebody come to me to ask me to do something, I always pass it on. I can't say it always happens, but I do pass it on. Now, I did ask about the basketball court, because I did, when they did the, y'all excuse me for my boy, when they did do the splash pad out there, I said, what you gonna do about on outside? And I was told, well, they can ride the bicycle. I said, wait, hold it. And I said, no parent is going to let their child ride a bicycle all the way across town to a splash pad. So why you can't put something, at least a basketball goal, over on Cleveland Street? Okay, they did that. We had the little park. We're going to name it Shirley Martin. I said, oh, no, you're not. I don't want the name. I just want it done. So I was told there is a concept for what you were saying about the basketball goal, the pavilion, and a bathroom, all of that. I have asked for that. When they first started talking about, like you said, it was supposed to be a trail from Mirror Lake to downtown for other people for their golf carts. Well, I have always said, it seems like everything goes to Mirror Lake. Why you don't do something for us? See, y'all saying I don't do anything, but I have done something. Maybe I did drop the ball, as Lita said, but I have tried. I'm only one. Nobody, I'm at the council meeting most of the time by myself. No, I did share a lot of stuff, but nobody has, just few people have asked me for stuff, and I tried to get it done. When they first started this, the road was gonna go down Mirror Lake. I raised sand about that. So they did run the line somewhere else. I did do that, but I didn't get anything. They did start to change it and went the other direction. It's not where I said something about that too. So it's not that I have not done anything. I have been up here for 30 years, and I have tried to do things for our people. But all of it didn't get done. But it's not my fault. If whenever somebody brought something to me, look at Miss Shirley. She fought for a 2-lane road going down Darton Street. She come to me. She went to City Hall. She would come to meetings, and we got the 2-lane down through there. But I haven't done anything. So I'm not saying that, I'm not wanting no glory for me. I have tried to pull for our people. And then I'm getting all of this stuff. I can take it. Might not sound like it, but I can take it. And I would tell you all, like I told some of them last week, I've got 3.5 years on this. I do not plan to run anymore, ma'am. So you can put somebody else up here. I think it is time for some new blood. I know that. I am 80 years old. I have fought for 30 years for these people. So I think it's time for some new blood. No, I didn't get it. But you all, if you start now trying to prep somebody to run for World War I, I will do everything I can to help them. So get somebody, get them started now. You don't have to recall me. I'm not going to run. So you can take your recall signs up and do whatever you want to. I'm not going to run anymore. But now, if you want to recall me now for what I have done, then that's your prerogative. But now, well, wait a minute, wait.
Hang on,
we
Pamela.
got that on this list, so just hold on. So whatever you all decide to do, and see, since last week, I have went to City Hall, and I said, they said they don't want widened street. They said they don't want sidewalk. All they want is just the street. I said, so will y'all please just do the water line and pave what street they got down there now. Just what they got, if that's what they want. Please do it for them. Now, I have asked for that. Y'all don't know it because I went to City Hall to ask for this, for you all over there. Yes, I live in that area. I know. I am concerned about our people. Although y'all say I don't, but I do. So whatever goes on, I am trying my best to help you all get what you want. Like I said you didn't want sidewalks, so I told them don't put sidewalks. But now for years, all I've ever heard, we need sidewalks over here. We need, wait a minute, I have heard that. Now I'm saying what I have heard. And so now you all say you don't want them. So I said, don't put sidewalks over there because they don't want them. Don't widen the road but if you have to take something for the easement to put the water line and pave the road, at least give them compensation for it. I have not, now they might have said it, but I have not heard them say what they took from, what they were planning to take from some, that they wasn't going to compensate them for. Now, I can't say how much it's going to be. I can't say if it's fair, but they have said they was going to compensate whoever they took for what they took. But now, that's what I've got to say. I am for Ward 1 and the city. So please don't think I'm not trying to help you all or help us, because I'm included. So that's what I have to say. And whatever you all want, I've told you that twice. I said if you didn't want Darden Street, I would not vote for it. I did not vote for it, but they changed it. But this, I said, I have asked them to try to reroute the street. So please just don't say I'm not doing anything. Now, it might not have come out right, but I'm telling you what I have done. It might not be enough, but I've done what I could. So you all be planning to find somebody so that they can get involved in what's going on. And when we have another, I told y'all that long before, I'm not gonna run again. I think I have ran long enough. And so if you got some young blood that got some new ideas that can come in here, but I have not done anything crooked, so y'all can search me, y'all can investigate me as much as you want to. I ain't stole no money, I ain't did nothing crooked, I ain't asked nothing. So just leave me, just do what you gonna do, and don't accuse me of stuff that I have not done. And that's it. I'll admit that I have not went in the area as much as I could. I have not. But have you come to me and asked me to do something? I have done it. So that's my pitch. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Councilman Marchman. Let me just clarify one point, if you'll bear with me just for a moment. Council, you said you did know something about some sort of concept plan.
I did ask about the basketball goal, because when they said they was going to take it down, because that line, I said, well, what you going to do in the place of the basketball? And that, like I said, it was a concept that they were going to put it further around Anderson Road. It'll still be in this area. But they are saying that they got some land, a little piece of land over there on Anderson Road, that they're going to try to put as much in there as they can.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you're telling me the truth on that, because when I asked, has anyone on the governing body been informed about it? Maybe just Shirley or nobody. This is all in writing. So no one other than Falcon and me and a couple of staff people are aware of it. Somebody isn't telling me the truth.
Because I called. Oh, yeah, and please, this is the last thing I'm going to say. I have not said I hated anybody. I didn't say that now. I didn't say you all hated me either. That wasn't what I said. I just want y'all to make that clear. I make that clear to you all. I did not say that you all hated me. Let's move on, please.
Hang on.
Let's move on.
Everything's different. It's very complicated, but it really didn't have to be that complicated. I think it was complicated by design. This would not be that hard to explain. Yes, Councilwoman Warmoth.
I would love to know who prepared this report to the council. At the very beginning, it states that the residents are misinformed of how the easements work. After how many meetings are these residents misinformed? At what point do we explain to them how these easements work? The right to easement that Ms. White is referring to that was sent out to these residents, there's absolutely no mention of compensation. However, the gentleman in the back who owns a business over in that area, he received a right-of-way easement that would receive $1 of compensation for his easement. So everyone's receiving something different. So I mean, when we're talking about misinformation and the council being confused of what's going on, this is why council's confused, because the residents are receiving different information. The council's receiving different information. The plans for this connector keeps changing. We're talking about not, if this community doesn't want, sidewalks or golf cart paths, that we're not going to vote to, or that we won't do that. But this connector, that's the whole point in the connector, is to have the golf cart path and the sidewalk paths. So I don't see how that's not possible, to not have the golf cart path and the sidewalks. So at the end of the day, if this connector is going to happen, it needs a different route. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And let me just add, when all of this first came to discussion in the very beginning, there was a different route for this. Mr. Barber, you were aware of a different route, were you not? So you were aware of? No, there was another route that did not affect this community. Oh, yes, sir. No. You were aware of the alternative route because you know exactly where it was. You were provided photos as well as. It doesn't matter if I know where it was or not. You know where it was. You've seen the drone photos as well as the photos of the alternative route, of the original route. So we'll just leave it at that. But as far as there needs to be a completely separate route for this. This route will not work. This is not. This road is a road that has a median in between and has trees lining each side. It has sidewalks. It has golf cart paths. This is a road that will drastically change this entire community. And it's not just some small path as was originally implied for the council, and I'm assuming for the community as well. As far as the easements, this report that was sent to or given to council is saying that the homeowners have the easements have been discussed, and that's not at all the case. Not a single one of these residents have had any sort of discussion about the purchase of easements. I've heard that the water line is not a reason to purchase an easement, that it doesn't take the land, but that is exactly what the purchase of an easement is for. And the law, you can't just use the easement for the utility without compensating these homeowners for their property. And I'm not understanding why that has not been discussed with these residents. And you're looking at me funny. So I'm assuming you get easements without compensation all the time. So how many feet are we expecting to gain from this community without compensating them?
How many feet?
How many feet are we wanting to acquire from these property owners without compensation?
Like in
The
total?
right-of-way is 5 feet on each side.
Well, that's not at all how far we're going into this community's properties.
Right, there's temporary construction easements.
I'm not talking about temporary. I'm talking about permanent easements.
Then it would be property by property. Depends on where the water line's only on one side of the road.
Can't the water line go under the existing sidewalk? Well, I'm sorry, never mind. It probably depends on the road.
So your right-of-way easement agreement that was sent out, and the stakes don't even match up either. I mean, this is exactly why we're in the situation that we're in. I mean, you're not answering my questions. You're staring at me.
I don't know where you're talking about. Which parcel doesn't match?
Okay. Councilman Warmoth, do you have any other statement to make in regard to this?
Honestly, I'm not sure where else to go with this.
Let's move on.
Okay, yes.
Mayor.
I want every council person to have an opportunity. This is our discussion item, and then we will move on to, I guess the item 5.
Yeah, well,
Any other council person want to add something on Cleghorn? Yes?
Okay, I just wanted to, so I visited down in the Anderson Cleghorn Road area on Friday. And, I'm sorry, can y'all hear me now? Okay. I visited the Anderson Cleghorn area on Friday, and yeah, I mean, I definitely can see the concerns regarding it. I mean, there was one area where I measured with a tape measure, it was 50 feet from the center line on one side, I believe it was in front of the Wilson Funeral Home, and it was another additional 50 feet on the other side. So altogether, that's 100 feet of right-of-way and/or easements. And that wasn't consistent throughout, but that was probably one of the many examples. So I definitely, that's why I was looking, when I saw that the mayor added this to the agenda, I definitely was looking forward to having this discussion today, because I wanted to hear from Mr. Barber and Mr. Teal here as to some of the specifics of what is going on out there. I understand there's 2 or 3 projects at the same time. There is the Villa Rica Parkway project that relates somewhat to the Darden Street area, and then I understand that there are the Anderson Cleghorn street improvements and water line improvements. So, I mean, that's kind of what I was more or less envisioning. Hopefully, in this conversation, that we would get some answers, because we do have both sides here, more or less, to kind of get to hear concerns and then get answers. So, I guess my first question is then for either Mr. Till or Mr. Barber, is that as far as the easements are concerned on the Anderson Cleghorn, and I understand the gentleman in the back received a document that said he was going to get a $1, an easement for $1. Now, as a lawyer who deals in real estate, I know that it's pretty common to have a deed like this. And by the way, this is the deed where the city of Villa Rica purchased the church over here. Now, we all know in this room that the city bought the church for $1 million, okay? But this deed says that the city bought the church for $10. So it's common practice, and I'm just saying just from my experience, it's common practice to have a document, a deed, or a right-of-way deed that essentially says, $1, $10. It's basically because closing attorneys are lazy, and look, if they weren't lazy, I wouldn't have a job. Most of the real estate law I do is clean up what closing attorneys mistakes they make. But they don't want to have to keep going in and reinserting different numbers into the consideration paragraph of a deed. But the larger question, that aside, the larger question is, are we acquiring permanent or temporary easements, regardless of the nature, without offering compensation to the landowners?
Initially, yes. We asked for easements without compensation.
Okay. So just for example, today we entered into an easement agreement with this, for the cottages at Villa Rica pump station easement. I mean, was that something where did we get compensation, or was there compensation for that?
Not that the city paid.
Okay.
But the developer's the one that got the easements.
Okay. So, I mean, that's kind of like the example of what you're referring to about we get easements without compensation. Okay.
But if they ask for compensation for their easement,
Then it's negotiated.
Right, and that was my next question. So, have you received any request from any of the landowners on the Anderson Cleghorn Road area regarding compensation for easements?
Yes, one.
Okay.
I don't think they know to ask for it.
Well, so that's a good question.
They're waiting.
Now that we have,
They don't know how this process works. I've
Right.
never had
Well, I mean,
easement on my property.
I was asking
Yeah.
that.
okay, so. All right, what could you tell me what the context of being told no was? Was that at a meeting? Who told you no?
It was in a meeting when I think someone mentioned something about we need to be compensated if you're gonna use our land. And it was reported that it wouldn't be.
We were at the library, and Gil was there at the time, and the question was asked. We asked Gil. Tom stood at the door at the library, the area that we were able to use. Gil asked, are you giving anyone any compensation? And he said, oh, no compensation. This come from Tom. He said no compensation. But you know what? We don't want compensation. We want y'all to leave our area alone.
Sure, no, I understand, yeah. But at the same time,
To do the work on the road without having to sign an easement.
okay, I mean, so that's a technical question that I think an engineer would have to answer. Even if, because my understanding is this, even if you're just basically pulling out the existing water line and putting in the larger water line, and the scope of the work is limited to just the water line improvement, there may be the instance of where somebody's got some piece of equipment in your yard, and that would technically require an easement, a temporary easement for that period of time. So, I mean,
How
that's what
hard
I'm
was
saying.
that to explain? It wasn't hard, was it?
No, it wasn't very hard. Yes. That's very. Well, I mean, that's. So, I mean, that's exactly my point. Well, I can't answer the question about whether or not how big the existing right-of-way or easement is, or whether or not it needs to be enlarged, and what the amount of compensation the landowner would be entitled to on the enlargement of that easement. That is a question for Mr. Teal or Mr. Barber, who are essentially evaluating the exact project and the needs and specifications of the project.
The engineer.
Or the engineer, right, which, yes.
Have the bid where it has the specifics that you are offering as a bid, if you'd like to see it.
It's up to you.
Usually, Mayor, when
This
someone
is highly
approaches the bench, they
unusual.
say.
What
"May I
we're doing
approach?"
here is highly unusual.
All right, invitation to bid, sealed bids for construction of Northeast Downtown Water Main Replacement Phase 1 will be received.
So, I'm not sure that when you use an easement on somebody's property, that you would, where you put the equipment, that you would necessarily be compensated for the area of that, unless you're the former mayor and you sued the city $10,000 for doing that.
You would have to put their land
Yeah,
back
okay.
you would have to put their land back like it was if you
Okay.
put equipment.
So we're going to have a little
That's
bit
what
of
I'm
an
saying.
issue with those in the audience cannot be heard. And this really isn't a town hall, but if you need to ask somebody in the audience a question, what I'd like to do, if you need to ask them, would you please repeat what they're, otherwise, we need to just keep it to our statements. But if you want to ask Pam something,
Okay.
But
then
Madam
go
Mayor-
ahead, but they can't hear what they're saying on, if they're watching. They will not be able to hear
But-
the people in the audience. Yeah, no, that, you have to come up during public comment. Mr. McPherson? At home, I'll listen.
No.
This is bad.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know
Miss
that was
Far-
Mike.
I'm sorry, Miss Farmer. So, listen, I don't. This is an invitation to bid. It's and Mr. Barber may be able to explain this better than I can. But what I'm seeing from this document is that the city was essentially looking for a contractor to come in and do the work. How this relates to the easement, though, I'm not 100% clear. Except for I do see on the next page where it says all anticipated rights of way and easements required for the project have been obtained or will be obtained prior to the notice to proceed date. And I can tell you that a notice to proceed date basically says, contractor, you're now able to go ahead and commence construction, and that's a notice to proceed date. Now, obviously, Mr. Barber, you correct me, have we received a notice to proceed date yet? And that's because we haven't obtained the easements and right. So, well, again, I mean, I think this is related to the water line upgrade project on Anderson Road and Claiborne Street. So that's not, my understanding is that no houses or property except for the amount of the easement and the additional right-of-way is what was requested, not the condemnation of any property, of any homes. Okay.
Architect to come out as well and did the measurements, and if we give that type of.
Listen, if we're going to turn this into a town hall, because we're not, I got to put people at the mic.
But that's okay. That's fine. I mean, whatever y'all want to do. I mean, I'm
But
sorry.
if you're going to ask questions from the audience, we're going to have to put them at the mic.
Okay,
Because
I'm fine with
this
that.
is being recorded and the people that are watching will not be able to hear it, nor the
Sure.
people that watch it after the fact will know what they said. It's
Sure,
up to you. I'm not going to question
repeat
the
what
audience.
she said, but that's fine. Either mayor, whichever one you. I mean, you're running the
Well, I
meeting
know.
there,
I
so.
realize, and this is really, really important. So I know we're operating a little bit outside the parameters, but I want it to be so that if somebody watches this later, they can hear those comments. And yet at the same time, I don't want to keep y'all here all night. I know we've got a hand. We actually probably have a few people that are sitting here that are waiting on items I know we still have to vote on. I won't be asking questions to the audience. Do you need to ask anybody something that they need to get at the mic for?
I guess if Ms. Powell White would prefer to come to the mic and ask her question, I mean, that's fine by me.
Okay, because I don't want to deprive you of that. If you need that information, I want you to have it. Yeah. Do you want to speak before they finish
Yeah,
or
I
just
wanna make
after?
a very short comment.
Yes, please go.
I was going to say, I think this is very productive, and I don't see this any differently than when we have variances and the applicant comes up and speaks. So we can ask them questions, and maybe, just maybe, we can get something done.
Okay. So, all right. So, Ms. Powell White, what was your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, when you was giving reference to.
Put the mic, Pamela, right there.
When you was giving reference about the easement, and you said that it was temporary, well, we did have someone to come out and look, and they said if we gave 50 feet one way and 50 another, that it would then draw our homes too close to the road, and then the city would be able to come back and tell you that it's too close to the road and that they need it.
Right, and I actually recall us having that conversation out on
Yes.
Friday. So again, and Mr. Barber, Mr. Teal, I don't know if we have our community development director here because she may know based upon our zoning ordinance, but I will tell you, as we discussed then, in my experience, both in land use and also as an attorney, when you have a piece of property that's been altered by the acquisition of right-of-way, that piece of property is deemed to be a lot of record and is already grandfathered in. So any kind of additional restrictions or whatever that come about, you're basically grandfathered in, and you're not going to be subject to the new setbacks, or you're not going to be penalized, if I should say that, to the new setbacks. Now, again, I may be speaking out of turn. I don't know if the city of Villa Rica formally has that in their zoning ordinance, like I know other jurisdictions do off the top of my head. But that is traditionally what occurs there. The second piece about that, though, is that an easement itself is not a conveyance of property, of your property. You will still own the easement area of the property.
Nope.
It is the right-of-way area that you will lose. So when Mr. Barber says there's 5 additional feet of linear feet, that 5 feet is the area that you're actually conveying, that you are giving up. The easement area, you are giving permission to the city for using that property underground for the water line. And that is why you are still, again, I'm putting my lawyer hat on, and I'm not the city's lawyer, that's Mr. Drummond, but you would be entitled to the fair market rental value of what that easement is, and you would negotiate that. And typically, if you were my client, I would say you would go get an appraiser, and the appraiser will say, well, this is how much it is, and you go to the city and you negotiate that deal with the city.
Well, I think we the citizens, and I think I speak, pretty much for all of us, and if not, all they can say, well, that doesn't apply to me. We really we want the improvements that we are entitled to from being taxpayers, as I said earlier. But I think we just want everything left alone, because once we start letting you be invasive on our private property, whether if it's 1 foot or 50 feet, it'll never be enough. You'll come back around for round 2. And as some say, how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. So you'll come back and you'll go back again and you'll keep coming till you acquire what it is that you want.
Fair enough. I mean, listen, as a person and I'll be honest with you, most folks know this, I'm a Republican, okay?
That's
All
okay.
right? As a lawyer that represents homeowners, builders, and developers, I'm pro-property rights. I'm all about it. So I completely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, well, I
and
just-
so, you know, if like Ms. Marchman seems to be under the impression, and if that is, I guess, the alternative that we would have to seek when it comes to the Anderson Cleghorn Street project, that maybe we don't put in the sidewalks, that we don't expand the right of way, we don't do the easement. I don't know if that's on the table. I don't know if that's feasible. Again, as a council person, I have to rely on the professional expertise of the staff. That includes Mr. Barber, whether you love him or not, and Mr. Till, whether you like him or not, to give me advice on that.
Well, see, it's nothing ever personal.
Understood.
In a lot of aspects, but when it comes to private property, it can get personal.
Understood.
It will get personal. As Anna said, you know, we won't be bullied. By no means. My thing is, I think if the decisions were made and to eliminate the root cause, in which, like I said now, I think Tom is in a position to where he's used as a smokescreen for his little bitty friend that's still working. But if you go ahead and Tom is gone, you eliminate a lot of your problems. It's nothing personally against him, but you got someone that was in, and he felt pretty powerful that I'm going to push this through. As I said earlier, we got the new charter. We know what was said. We know what's been changed, and we know it's not for us. And we know a lot of stuff was deliberately done against us. So my thing is, Tom is not really the problem. It's the person he's working for, that's his problem. And then you got Tom as a smokescreen to work against Mayor Leslie McPherson. That's just my thing now. That's my thing. That's what I think. She can't get anything done because former administration still have some type of influence that keeps them their judgment kind of cloudy. But you know,
Well,
but we're
if
gonna
I
leave
may-
that up to y'all.
Sure. If I may say, I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
I don't know. I have no information to make me believe that Mr. McDougal is still involved in the city in any way or is talking to Mr. Barber. I don't have any information to say that. Okay. I'm not saying it is or is not happening. Okay.
All right.
If I may, though, while you're up here, turn to the Darden Street area and the Villa Rica Parkway area, because it is my understanding,
Yes.
and you know, because we didn't talk about that particularly when we met on Friday, but it's my understanding that the folks affected, directly physically affected, and I know everybody's affected because everybody lives in the neighborhood, but those who are directly going to lose their property will be receiving the fair market value, the just compensation value. Oh, well, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm just putting it out there. This is why we're having this discussion. The fair market value of the property, and then relocation to census if they're a tenant, and then even additional assistance if they are a landlord to acquire another piece of property.
Well, see, no one wants that. I know that Mr. Teal continues to send people out that's not wanted. People are receiving emails, they're receiving texts, they're receiving voicemails that they are required by the city of Villa Rica to come out, and this is what's going to happen. We need to come so we can see about placing your belongings somewhere else. Nowhere in any of the texts or the messages that there's any type of compensation. It's as if we're going to come and this is what's going to take place.
Okay, and again, we're specifically, and the reason I asked the question was because previously it was stated as far as the Anderson Cleghorn Road project is concerned, there was not any kind of request for compensation for the easements.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the Villa Rica Parkway part being a different project.
Same impaction.
I understand.
Same impact.
I understand. But, I mean, but for example, we received federal grant money for the purpose of acquiring those properties. So
Okay,
therefore,
okay.
it doesn't make sense for the city, from my perspective, for the city to receive grant money for the purpose of acquiring properties and not spend the grant money on the private property.
Okay. Now you touched on the grant money.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you all send in letters for grants. Okay, you touched on that, so I'm gonna answer you. Okay, the federal money that you all received for this project, do you know how it was required? Do you know some of the tactics that was done?
Well, I know that there were certain letters sent, letters of support that
Okay.
labeled your community in a certain way.
Okay.
Right.
Well, the labeling, of course, is quite horrible. You know,
Sure.
the labeling. But do you know the people that sent in these letters?
I can't.
Yes, you don't know?
Well, I can tell you that I think it was Mr. Montesinos who headed up the application. And I know that in the past he inquired for letters of support from certain politicians or council persons. I
Okay.
can't tell you offhand exactly who responded to his request.
Okay, but are you aware that a lot of these letters that were sent in to solicit federal funding, that they were people that you all give money to, that the city gives money to? So
I did not
so
know.
so
No,
in
I didn't know
return,
that.
see, that would be a conflict.
Could you provide an example of that, just so I know?
What's that group that you gave $100,000 to today? They were on your agenda earlier.
Okay.
For their support and help, what are they called? Work of.
Carol.
Yes.
Carol.
Yes.
Okay.
That was a letter written on her behalf for us as well.
With the Chamber of Commerce, Chris would solicit letters from
Right,
a number
from
of people.
community groups
I
throughout.
wrote several. Sometimes there was a template to work from. The railroad crossing would be one for a plan there to try to get a grant. This one as well. And while they're looking at that, let me just say this. I would not want my neighborhood or where I live particularly labeled disadvantaged, but I will tell you this. If you're trying to get a grant, if you use certain words, you're more likely to get that grant. If I can say that you live in a food desert,
Right.
it's going to get put in that report.
That's correct.
So anything that helps, I'm not saying lying. I mean, you could look at Fullerville and say that's a blighted area. Well, it has quite a bit of blight, but I don't go over there and talk to people and tell them that it looks like blight.
Right.
But if you wanted a grant for that area, those are terms you would use, that it's historically disadvantaged. There are old mill houses from years ago from people that didn't have a lot of money, but they worked in the mills. And you know what? The quality of life is always based on how much you have, is it? So disadvantaged in human terms might look and go, well, homes are older, there's not a lot of money, but you know how you're not disadvantaged is the family relationships you have and the generational wealth you have built in homes that have been handed down. That cannot be bought with money. So while they may use the term disadvantaged, it's a very superficial way of looking at something when people have a lot of advantages because of what you have built amongst yourselves and how you take care of one another and watch out for your neighbor. And because there's a home, because grandma or grandpa bought that home and it was passed down the family, that's extremely valuable and it's sentimental. They don't put prices on sentimental value. Are y'all ready?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
We have a letter here of full support from Carol Tomorrow.
Okay.
Which was, on the list,
Today.
Right.
today.
$100,000
The city gave them $100,000 in
for their support.
No, I need to fix that. I hate to say this, that is not correct.
Listen, it's
Okay.
it's correct.
Okay.
Trust me, it's correct.
Okay, I'll clarify. You finish and I'll
Okay,
clarify.
Okay, and so we have about 14 letters. Every letter that was sent in, the city of Villa Rica have given contributions, and in return for letters to solicit funding.
Okay, so are you ready? Do you want to
Well,
address
I was
that?
just
Because
gonna
I
say,
explain what the
you go
chamber
ahead,
is.
Mayor, you go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, so there's organizations that exist, the school board, county commission.
We got them.
I'm an elected official. We have other ones at the county school level. And to get this grant, they're going to want those officials to write. Now, we have intergovernmental agreements. In that particular case, they're doing a fundraiser to repair the buildings for the Chamber of Commerce. We actually gave them nothing, but they're raising a total of $100,000 from all over the community, from businesses. We could give to it, but they actually said, we don't need that. We've got I say Southwire, but there's a ton of companies and small businesses that belong to the Chamber of Commerce. It's not a profit organization.
But it's still a conflict of
They,
interest.
and they did this because they do it as a courtesy, thinking that it will help us get the grant. And the school board and the county government is part of this tax allocation district. We have a agreement with one another while this is getting built up and the Publix is going in and the shopping center is going in. They're going to give up a certain amount of taxpayer dollars during that time.
But is that not a conflict of interest? Is it not non-favorable for the people? Okay, these letters were specific and they were very detailed in the way that they were trying to solicit these funds. And it's been done on numerous occasions that you all receive government federal funding for our community in particular, but we haven't gotten any. Somebody's gonna be held accountable for that. We didn't get.
Yeah, I do not believe that particular thing is a conflict of interest. That's what they do. They will ask other
So it's that
governmental
rub my back
entities.
we'll rub yours. It's something now.
If
Keep
they
it
think
real.
it's a benefit to the county, then
But what does
even
it
though
do
it's
to
in
the
Villa
people?
Rica, pardon?
What does it do for our people? You
Well,
know,
see-
this letter, it put this is the money
Yeah.
Tom was talking about. I already have it. It's a done deal. You need to get them folks back the money.
Because there's certain listen, there is a little bit of scary stuff involved with this, but I would say this thing was meant to really scare us. Now, am I a little afraid to a degree of the consequences of the decision of saying you're stopping here and you're going no further? I am, but I'm more afraid of the consequences if we go into a neighborhood where it is not desired to have this and we disrupt their neighborhood and all the easements and who's giving up what and do they want to sell their house or not want to sell their house. It's really hard if you make promises to somebody for something you don't own. You never really were in the position to make that commitment if you did not. Unless you were willing to go to eminent domain no matter what. And I'll tell you right now, is there anybody out here? Anybody? I mean, I had the city manager tell me he knew we had no stomach for eminent domain. So,
Tom wouldn't have a problem with
Yeah.
the eminent domain. He wouldn't, because when he leave from here, he
but,
probably go back
but
to
he can't do
Fayetteville.
it without it.
Yeah,
He can't
right.
do it without this
Correct.
body. So there's probably some things that would be conflict of interest, but you know how some things can appear on the surface, even some of this easement stuff, I don't fully understand. But whether all those are or not, I believe that we've got enough stuff out in the open that gives us great concern, even if we can't document if every one of those was a conflict.
Okay, yeah, well, it's much more than this. This right here,
I know
it's light work. It's light work and stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me.
So,
And I'll just say, if I can also add, I mean, sorry. Listen, I don't have too much experience with grant writing, but I mean, you know, when you're trying to apply for a grant, you're applying against multiple cities, multiple jurisdictions throughout the country, and so every single city, every single jurisdiction is trying to put their best foot
They're
forward,
competing.
and they're competing, and they're supplying letters from the Iowa, Ames, Iowa Chamber of Commerce, and the local legislator in, Portland, Oregon, or wherever these jurisdictions are. It happens across the country. So, and if, I don't, again, I mean, the Carroll, we've, for at least since before I've been on city council, we've had an economic development relationship with Carroll tomorrow, where we've paid them, where we and Carrollton and I think the county also pay some amount of money for their economic development. So
Yeah,
I don't-
because we don't have the staff
Right,
that
because we
works
don't
on
have that staff.
economic
Right,
development.
exactly.
So I'm going to be asking in a minute if what y'all are prepared to do as far as making a decision on this. Let me just mention here, because I told you I had some problems with this, but this is what you do when you want to scare the council to not do something. And I told you I have some legitimate fears about contracts and how this is going to play out, but I don't know how you promise something that you don't own. So if the Parkway project is halted, while the council could choose to abandon the Parkway project, the consequences of doing so would be far-reaching and long-term. We were given this right after our work session. I had to read it in between the two meetings. The purpose of the TAD was to fund the construction of the Parkway. The bond was issued by the city in the approximate amount of $20 million to fund the road. If the road is not built, the TAD will not generate sufficient funds to pay the bond. Now, I'll just say, I don't know how a road generates funds, so that would be a question I would have to ask. Here's the kicker. Should that happen, the city is contractually obligated to the lender to raise the millage rate on property taxes to repay the loan. Every property owner in Villa Rica could then be called on, could be called on to fund any shortfall caused by the change of plan regarding the roadway. Additionally, a cessation of the Parkway project could potentially cause other contractual partners of the city, Carroll County, the Carroll County School Board, private developers, to allege that the city had breached their contractual commitments. I'm not saying that none of that could happen, but I believe it was given to us for a reason, to make us all pause and think, can we really stop this thing? Should we stop it? The people on the other side might think there might be, so we have to weigh that. We go, oh my gosh, we're going to get sued. There's some stuff. But you know what I had to weigh it against? What's the consequences of continuing it? And that's how I make my decision, at least for me. If
I had some questions.
Where'd you
for
come
Pam.
from? Okay, and then I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to take an action on this particular item.
I had some
Yes, ma'am.
questions for Pam before she sat down. I had some
Will you come
questions
back
for
up,
her, if she does
Pamela?
not mind.
Doug, I'm sorry, you're just a little lower on the totem pole.
Well, I didn't know, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was gonna sit down. I still had some questions.
Okay.
Okay, first off, like I said, I did want this to be productive. So, and this is my question for Tom. Since the water line is going to be bigger, what are they going from 5 foot, like,
6 to 10.
what, 6 to 10? Okay, since it's gonna be bigger, can the road be ripped up, it fixed, and then put exactly as it is now, but just better?
Mark?
Yes, it can, but I don't think you need to go there.
Sorry.
So really what's planned with the 10-inch water main was for it to go behind the new proposed sidewalk, but if there's no sidewalk,
What?
then it could go closer to the existing back of curb, which is on the east side of Cleghorn, north side of Anderson. And I would have to ask Carter and Sloop if we can do that without an easement. But that's where the
So
10-inch
that-
water main is planned because the existing 6 is in the road.
So that was going to be my question. Can the increased, because I want the area needs, the neighborhood needs the correct water infrastructure. I don't want anybody in the city not to have the correct water infrastructure. It's very important. So I was wondering if that can be done without an easement.
Well, in my mind, I think it can, in my opinion, but I need to confirm that with Carter and Sloop.
Okay. Huh?
Which I've already sent myself an email to call him first thing in the morning.
Okay, so we don't know for sure that it can be.
But I think you can.
You really think we can?
But I'll find out for sure.
Okay.
Can that water line be run under the sidewalk side over there in front of like the funeral home? Can it go under the existing sidewalk that's already there?
You wouldn't be able to put it under it without tearing it up.
Well, we've put them under roads.
I can't hear you for all
I'm
these
sorry.
people talking.
We've put them under roads before, which isn't a good place, under the middle of the
Yeah,
road,
but-
so.
But the water line goes in first. If it's running longitudinally with the
So they'll
road,
lose
the
that
water line was
sidewalk.
in first, then they paved over the top of it.
Uh-huh.
Right. I think,
Well, that sidewalk has to be changed anyway. It's old and rot.
I think-
But anyway, okay.
But either way, it would need to go on one side of the road or the other.
Okay.
Currently, right now, it's already on the side I was talking about, which would be the east side of Cleghorn, north side of Anderson, in front of the apartments. That section's already been installed.
Why don't we just even save all the little things that I think y'all are okay with? That can be addressed outside this meeting. We talk about, I mean, we can even do a survey. I think we are agreed there needs to be a water line. How it gets done in the details, we don't have to solve today. We just know you need a water line. Where you want sidewalks and don't want sidewalks, that can be solved in the future too. There's already an old one there. And where you want them and don't want them, that can be solved in the future. Is there anything that we need to know tonight? Because the biggest thing has to do with the Parkway coming through. That is, we know that we don't want Cleghorn to be bigger going toward the, us wondering how you're going to make it bigger only to make it smaller to get across the tracks anyway. But if it's the people's desire to keep it the same size, it has 2 lanes, we can also handle that later.
That is possible.
And it wants, if it doesn't have the proper, it was never built correctly and has to go down like Punkintown Road to the dirt, I got that in one of these things that I read, then that can be handled. I don't think there's anybody here that's against having their road repaved.
Right. Okay.
So
I'm not done.
the crux of the matter will still come back to this Parkway.
Okay, I've still had some questions for Pam because they had met, because when why I'm asking is because when I attended the meeting, it was the easements and the sidewalks. And forgive me, I am putting them in 2 different baskets. There's the road and then there's and I do this C because I'm picturing, this backwards C because I'm picturing Anderson Cleghorn in my head on a map. So I apologize, that's why. So you, I think it was Miss McCoy who mentioned something about lights. New lights,
Okay.
that new lights in the area. So what my thought process is, and what I was hoping to get from this, is that y'all want, I think the way we should look at it, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, is like if you had a sidewalk there, say it was a foot sidewalk in front of the funeral home, if they dig it up and put the new line in, then they put another foot sidewalk in, correct?
Okay.
I mean, y'all tell me. I'm just giving ideas.
Well, like we said, we are for improvements.
Yes, and I
But
heard that.
We don't want anything that jeopardize or give them the perception that since we came and we, I can't say you gave it to us because
No,
we paid for it. But what I'm saying is that.
I understand you don't want to be penalized for speaking. Is if I'm understanding you correctly.
No. When you ask about the sidewalks and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
okay, because we hear a lot about the sidewalks. It's something about the city wanting the sidewalks so bad, but we never want it to be interpreted. You would have to take it as an interpretation that if we get the sidewalks, okay, we got reason to come back for something else.
Correct.
We don't want it to be that it's going to be rezoned and then, okay. Because we have the sidewalks here, this is closer. So we've done without sidewalks our entire life. Not meaning that, okay, we had a time that where some people, they may need them.
Okay. So with that, y'all are okay with the water improvements, correct?
Of course.
Okay. You're okay if we repave the road as it is?
Yes.
Okay. And if we have to do the sidewalk like the one by the funeral home and tear it up, it should be as it is, correct? That. Okay. Okay. Okay, I hear. I'm sorry, you're not at the. I'm like Leslie hates cutting people off. I don't want to interrupt you and say, "Hey, walk up to the mic," because you're in the middle of a thought. But I understand what you're saying. It needs to be. I understand what you're saying. So that's what y'all want: the correct infrastructure and it to be put back exactly as it is, but better, but a little bit better.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to. And is there anything? Because is there anything else?
If we could get more lighting, of course, that would be welcome. More lighting. And I think the city needs to make the residents aware that they no longer own the property where the basketball court is.
Okay.
Because at any time, the owners can approach the children playing ball there and tell them that they're trespassing. The city has not relayed any of that to the residents, and that makes it a concern to me because I never want it to be where the children don't understand and then they are approached.
That makes yes. You don't want children approached by any other adult that they don't know. I totally agree with that. Okay, I just wanted, for my understanding, because there was a lot of emotion and stuff, what y'all want and what y'all need.
We want the improvements. You know what? We want a lot of the amenities that everyone else has.
Absolutely.
Because, when I look on, if it's social media and stuff, and I say, for instance, Miss McPherson, she said, oh, hallelujah, we finally got our lighting and stuff, we can go walk and see our way up to Taco Bell, That's fine and dandy too, but some of the we need some of the money back that we put in for this city.
Yeah, I totally agree. Absolutely. I just wanted to make sure y'all are getting what you want, and when I know what you want, then I can work toward that. That's
thank
all.
you.
That's all. That's all I wanted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I don't think y'all want to stay here, and I feel a little bad. I know we've got some people that are still waiting for their item to get voted on too. Not much though. Let's see. Yeah, we got just a couple things we need to handle. A pertinent question that hasn't been clarified. Mr. Lang? Yeah, I know. I knew you weren't staying up there just for fun, but.
No, but if we get.
I know him well enough.
But if we get to our
say
goal,
it quick.
we're
Say it
good.
quick. Get to it. Come on.
Okay.
I can say that to him. It's like family almost. Okay, go.
So a lot of it's already, what I came up here for has been discussed, but a simple question from a simple man, I just want to make sure I understand. So because it got a little complicated for me with the easement stuff. So if it was a temporary easement, specifically for equipment to be able to be placed on residents' property temporarily just to do the work, and it specified that the roads could be torn up to the extent that they need to be, water and sewer repaired to the extent that it improved that it needs to be, the roads put back as is, the temporary easement expires, for lack of a better term.
Yes, typically a temporary construction easement.
And all the neighbors are left with the exact property they had.
Yes.
No changes in their personal property.
Or repaired. They might have put sod back.
I would say,
and the city would put it back as it was or better.
So I would say, in my experience, that is generally what GDOT or a municipality would offer, is that you're essentially.
And if the road's not built, the new road's not built, just repair what's there.
Right.
Nobody loses any of their property.
So that is actually one of the significance of this notice to proceed that's mentioned in that bid document, because typically the duration of the temporary construction easement is tied to the duration of the time that the notice to proceed is on file for however long the project is expected to happen. So if it's 6 months, then it expires at 6 months. And then you're going to negotiate the temporary construction easement value for that 6 months. And then if they come back to you and they say, there's been too much rain, we need additional 3 months, then you have to renegotiate to re-up that.
Okay, but temporary, it's all fixed and everybody keeps their property.
Right. Well, temporary construction easement. And then even in the regular easement, it's the same way, because once it's down in the line, you're going to resod and reseed, and you're going to restore the property to where it was.
This should not have taken 8 months. I truly believe that any of this, had the information been handled correctly, this has been like what, since last August? No reason all this shouldn't have been laid out clearly and people been able to know, which is what got us to here tonight. Council, what is the will of the council? I would say,
Mayor.
yes.
Before there's a motion made.
'Cause
and
it's
we're
not
talking
in
about
writing.
It's on. As far as the Parkway is concerned, it is on.
No, it's when
But
you
you're-
do
but
this.
you're pulling
When
away
you
from
do
it,
this,
Kevin.
we
I was
lose
loo-
you.
I was looking at my notes.
Yeah.
As far as Parkway is concerned, I can't tell you right now what the legal consequences would be if you voted to terminate it, other than as late last year, council approved the construction, interdevelopment agreement attached to the bond. There are obligations with that. So I think there would be legal consequences. I think it would be prudent to explore what those consequences may be, to have conversations with the people involved to see if there's alternatives that satisfy all the people involved. The homeowners, the business people that we've entered agreements with, the other government agencies that we've entered agreements with, because we've entered those agreements, and they're binding agreements.
That's the scary part, because if you don't own the property and you make an agreement with somebody that you're going to build something, and yet the council still, even when I got off in August, I still heard, we don't know the exact route. We don't know the exact route. Well, that matters. And then the route changed. So at the very least, it seems to me that we ought to be able, you wouldn't call it a stop work order, but you'd say, okay, nothing moves, you do some exploration. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that. Just what I'm concerned about with what you said is not that we don't see if we can't work something out, but we can't do this for 6 more months. This is insane. It's so disruptive to our entire city. And as far as not sleeping, that's why we're here tonight, because things weren't done correctly month after month after month after month. So I appreciate you, because you're the attorney and you try to keep us from getting into horrible trouble where we violate right? You're not supposed to violate contracts. Something was wrong from the way this was done in the beginning. So what can we do that, I've heard some people put stuff out. Is there really not another way? Now, I know that big ravine, that thing would require a bridge. I believe that was one of the routes looked at way before Darden Street, because they kept saying, we're going to connect Shoreline to right out here. Well, now we are, but we're doing this. And then it comes in like this, and then, it's very different from the way we visualized it when we first heard about it.
I just have, or would we not have a legal issue regardless of which way we go? We entered a contract based on land that was not ours to begin with. I understand that we're in a contract, but we went into a contract based on land that wasn't ours. That's like promising that I'm going to build a house on my neighbor's property. I don't own my neighbor's property. I can't make a promise to do that.
And yet knowing that there was no stomach for eminent domain. Not up here. So
That council's made those votes and entered those agreements. Council did that. So the council has entered those agreements, and so they are binding agreements. whether there's alternatives, whether there's routes that can be, whether it can be rerouted. I'm not an engineer, but
Right,
there
I
may
know,
be
I
other
know.
other ways of resolving this issue.
I have a man in the neighborhood that was giving me pictures a week ago. Why didn't they go this way? Why
So
don't they
we
go
can
that way?
pause and look at alternative routes.
I would advise you to pause, not stop yet.
Pause and look at alternative routes.
We need to also look into this political malpractice, because Tom Barber knew that he didn't own the man. His attorney should have known that. So it let you know, should have advised him.
We can be held accountable for certain things, but that's why it is so important to be able to trust your, are any of us experts? Did anybody give us the route? Did we plan the route? Was anybody in the weeds over there on how that was going to happen? We are relying on professional staff to provide us the necessary information to vote on something. And if we don't get enough information that we need, we may do a vote we shouldn't make.
Yeah, and when I say pause, I think we still have to be prudent and keep moving toward finding a solution, not just stop and do nothing.
No, we mean like, you know.
Of course, and look, I've,
you don't go
I've
over there
had
and
some
start
I'm sorry.
taking
I've had some
easement.
conversations with some of the citizens over here, and I've explained exactly that as and I understand that the mayor has expressed differently, that she feels like saying pause would mean that we could come right back to exactly this. I have expressed to these citizens that we pause so that we're able to take a look at the bigger picture, so that we can see what other alternatives there are. Pause does not mean that we're in favor of this, because I cannot express enough the way that this is. There's no way that this road is going to fit through your community. So by pause, we need to look at a different route. There was a different route to begin with, and we need to take a look back at that route. So just bear with us as we are mentioning pause.
So do we need
so
to
we
take
can move
in
forward.
is there, would we need to put that in a motion? Is that something that can be handled administratively?
I think we've heard the message, so.
Yes, yes.
Well, I mean, when we're talking about pausing the Villa Rica Parkway project, I want to make sure, though, I think we also need a pause on the Anderson-Cleghorn Road project, too, as well, until we get a better understanding of exactly, I mean, I understand that Councilwoman McCoy has kind of itemized what the community wants, but I think, you know, we kind of need more certainty on that, too. What is the, as Mr. Teal said, what is the capability of making the desired improvements within the existing right-of-way or easements? And I think, you know, to Mr. Lang's point here, I think we've all just figured out what a temporary construction easement is. And so maybe now that we have definitions of some of the stuff, maybe other negotiations can occur. And of course, the residents out there, who I guess I've informally gave legal advice to, can now know that they can negotiate an easement as well and maybe get some compensation that will address some of their concerns, at least, not everything. But my point, my larger point being, I do think we probably need to pause all the activity that's happening in that area for a couple of months while we kind of figure that out.
And so that you know what people really want, it's not that large of an area. If you wanted to leaflet a survey to every single house, it would not be hard to do that. And maybe another meeting. I mentioned, and I'll be quick on this. When I drove through one time to see if a speed bump was needed on there, so I kind of came off of Elm Circle. I get on Anderson. I'm coming around. I saw some children as I'm coming around the curve, walking right on the road. So you know what I'm thinking. 'Cause I've had children. I've also been a runner, a walker. Is, man, how come these people didn't get sidewalks? I mean, right? Because if you were even a mom that wanted to walk over to the WIC building that kind of exists there, that's going to get moved potentially, you'd want to have a safe one. So I want to make sure we don't get it wrong.
Right.
We don't have to
I
solve it tonight, but we have got to know for sure what you want and don't want, because some of what you don't want are that you might be okay wanting, but you're very skeptical right now.
And Mayor, if
Because
I-
you're like, well, I might want it, but not if you're going to take my fence, right? So it's got to
Right.
be really clear in writing.
And Mayor, if I could just add to that, I mean, I would just say nationwide, and again, folks who know me know that I have a planning background and I'm kind of a land use planning geek, and I've emailed the council on occasion planning jokes that I see on Facebook because I'm in certain groups, and I would say just generally nationwide, people are all about non-vehicular transportation and sidewalks and paths. And so to have an entire neighborhood come to me, because even in the neighborhood I live in right now, the builder didn't finish the sidewalks. And one of the biggest complaints, and I've been advocating since 2019, since I've been on council, was for this particular neighborhood to actually install sidewalks that the builder never installed. So to hear a neighborhood now come to me and say, oh, we don't want sidewalks, it's kind of odd. But if that's what the community is telling us, and we process that, and that is it, then that's fine.
But it may depend. It may
right.
depend. So let's make sure we
Yeah.
get that message clear. Want it here? Don't want it? Something. You know, if the kids want ride down the street on a sidewalk. But anyway, we can solve that at another time. That is not the critical issue that everybody's here
Right.
for. It just needs to be handled eventually. So we're going to pause and research if there's some other options. I've stood out there with people to go, well, why don't they go this way or that? I don't know. I'm not the engineer either. Is there a creek? I don't know, why it can't go in another way. I have heard that there's a few. How come it doesn't go down Ruby? I don't know. Does it run into Olive Tree? I don't know. That's something that people that know more than me have to at least give us a reason on why we can't take another route, or why another route will or won't work. And we got to have honest brokers, because if you have someone you don't trust, it's not going to matter. So we don't have to do anything up here as far as a motion. We've got a consensus of pausing this. Are we good on that?
I think we are.
Okay.
I think we need to, council needs to maybe look at our calendars and schedule something fairly soon with the engineer to continue the discussion.
Send out an invite to everybody, and, whoever's not in town. I know we've got the GMA conference coming up. Okay, so can we move on to item 5 that we added, that I scribbled in here? This is, I may not work. Say what?
We got to move on.
We got to quit sometime. Are you ordering pizza for everybody? I just want to know. I think we're going to move, and we're just going to have to hang around afterwards if people want to talk to us and ask more questions. I'm so sorry, but
Mike, I'll take a supreme pizza. Pan.
What? Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, well.
Let's go on to number 5, please, so I can do it.
I'll repeat this.
That we were given, we spoke with Attorney Macklin, and we asked him, did he write up the proposed easements? And he said no, that his.
Yeah, Mr. Drummond. Okay.
So while we were sitting here trying to figure out about the easement, he could have got up and explained that he wrote it up.
Okay, so the question basically had to do when y'all were asking about easements, you had spoken to Attorney Macklin and asked him about it. He did not write them up, Attorney, and I'm saying attorney just so you'll know who they are. Drummond did those, and I'm sure they'd be glad to answer some questions. This has gotten more convoluted than it ever needed to. I don't mean tonight, I just mean the whole process from the beginning.
The verbiage was very vague, and it was vague.
It might have been kind of a template type thing, and that's where the concerns came in. Okay. But if you're talking about the one where it looked like they could come back later and maybe get more property like we had in the library, is that what you're talking about? Because you verbalized that day we were there.
And it was supposed to be reviewed, and someone, Tom was supposed to have gotten back with us.
It was supposed to be reviewed, and I have an email that shows we were supposed to get a new document. Yes, Mr. Drummond.
Yeah, I'd have to see what easement they're talking about. There were some prepared by TRC that I haven't seen, and then some that I prepared. So they can call me at my office anytime, and I'm happy to.
Okay, all right, so,
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that's the one I prepared.
okay, so if it was, then it probably wouldn't be the one he prepared. Let's go ahead and go on to item 5. This was added, I scribbled the wording down. It has to do with consideration of the city manager's contract, whether it's renewed or not, and that is a December. It's got a few caveats as to whether you do a compensation, but it's at the end of the year, so it would be just before January 1st, so it's the end of December. It automatically renews if it's not addressed by a certain date in November, and unless you notify him by May 1st that it will not be renewed, you have to pay 2 months of compensation. Okay, so this was not my item. Who's ready to present this item? Yes, ma'am.
I asked for this on the item, so I would make a motion. I'm at the mic. I make a motion that we do not renew Tom's contract. Do I get a second?
For 2025?
Yes, for 2025.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, so we're going to open this. We have a motion and we have a second, and then I'm going to open it for discussion. Let me just say this right up front, because this is something I've been looking at. I've had a plan. I needed to deal with the Attorney Mecklin a little bit more because I was not agreeable to some of the exit plan that was come up with. And in the case where it required some agreement by Mr. Barber, but this was based on really leaving sooner. So I don't want to get in all the details of that. My opinion is that I really hate to say this in the open, but I feel like the longer he stays, the more damage we've had done. We have never handled this kind of stuff in the open. Usually we'll be back there in executive session, right? I have someone that's qualified, ready to step in, and as an interim while we look for a city manager. So I'm okay with the not renewal of the contract, but I will express the opinion that I do believe that if we went to December, I think it's fine to notify somebody. If we went to December, that would not be a good idea.
Well,
But it will take the council on that.
it'll take a while to find a new city manager, and we need to go ahead and put out.
I would be more agreeable to a July exit. I have an interim that could step in that I have the ability to hire when we know if it's agreeable to exit with compensation. We can negotiate that if we need to, but the contract is pretty clear. And I would have somebody ready to step in while we took our time to search for a new city manager. So I don't want to see us wait till December. We could do this, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be coming back with an optional plan for sooner than December. It will be coming, and I'm telling you just from dealing with the citizens, think long and hard about how long we're going to carry on with what we've been doing since January 1st. Yes.
I was going to suggest a compromise. Why our fiscal year ends 9/30? Why can't we make it 9/30? And that gets us our new deputy city manager in. that gets us our new deputy city manager in.
May I point out, Mayor, there is a
There's
motion
a-
and a second on the floor.
Yes, there, and this is a discussion time, so there is a motion, there's a second, we are in discussion time. Yes, ma'am?
I think council already knows where I stand on this, but let's just jump right on in. We've got 7 months until the end of the year, where Tom will still stay right here in the place where he's at. Let me just point out, this situation where we're at with Anderson, Cleghorn, and Darden, we wouldn't be in this situation right now had this community been properly communicated with. Had they been properly communicated with, I was told that this community would not trust me and that they would not speak to me. And I asked if I could come down and talk to them and see for myself exactly where these stakes were placed. And they welcomed me with open arms, and they are absolutely precious. They have listened to everything that I've offered to them. I've listened to everything that they have brought to me. I have seen exactly where it is that they stand on this. They are not closed off to the changes in their community. The issues are that they have not been properly communicated with, and none of this would be where we're at right now had they properly been communicated with. And that starts right here. And I think 7 months is too long.
During discussion time, I want you to also know that we have lost some very valuable employees, and it continues. And in a number of those cases, I know the reason they're gone. It is costing us the longer we keep dragging this out. The reason we are waiting for a deputy city manager is because we lost our deputy city manager. We lost the person that brought in millions of dollars in grant money, and we may, based on the failings of the current management, lose $1.7 million. That's a lot of money to Villa Rica. A lot could be done in repaving that road over there and other things, and we may lose it because we have been negligent at the management level of how it's been handled. And how do I know it? Because I'm on the emails from people involved with it. It is costing us dearly, and it's been continuing. So before you're going to need to keep me straight on Robert's rules. We have a motion on the table with a second. We're still in discussion time. That will have to be voted on. Don't worry, I know you want to discuss. That will have to be voted on before a secondary motion could be made. All right, so a secondary motion could be made to end this sooner and to get somebody in here to stabilize things that we can trust while we do the search for a new city manager. I would urge that we do something sooner rather than later. We are continuing to lose people. We are politically disrupted, and the entire community has now been up in arms for months, and it's not their fault.
Mayor, we need clarification from the city attorney regarding, it was my understanding from Mr. Mecklen's recommendation that that we not renew Mr. Barber's contract, but I wanted to be clear because in the motion, it did not include what I thought was the second part of that, and that was to immediately post Mr. Barber's job, the city manager job, to seek a new city manager and not wait until December to do that. My understanding was that it was going to happen immediately, so I wanted to make sure that was if that, maybe that's implied, Kevin, in the motion, if it needs to be expressly stated, and how do we need to direct the HR director to do that, kind of like what we did with the McDougal situation? How do we go about structuring that?
Yeah, I don't know if it has to be made part of the motion. I think it would be prudent of staff to go ahead and put that out and start advertising for it.
Well,
Okay, so-
because we hadn't, that was his that was one of his. He gave a host of scenarios. Council can, fire like that. That could be one choice. The other one is this one. But the more recommended one from him was to let him know that we were not going to continue it at the end of the year, that we would post it,
Immediately
and then
post.
that a
You're
choice,
supposed to immediately post the city manager position.
a choice,
So that
once,
we would have some applicants.
this is what I want to know, though, because I haven't been able to go all over this with Attorney Mecklin. Once that contract is gone, legally, with the new legislation, I have the ability to hire a new city manager. Is that not correct?
If the current contract's not renewed,
Okay, so it's being,
by either express or in lack of action or by action.
so would we consider that legislation is active immediately once or is there some sort of loophole
Actually, the
where
contract,
somehow that doesn't kick in till January 1st?
I think
If I may,
the contract
I think
runs out.
if I understand your question, just so I make sure I'm understanding it, because in some view, if I'm understanding it, I think what she's trying to ask is, can she go ahead and hire a new city manager? But my question is, does that even depend on what the council does with Mr. Barber, or can she go ahead and hire a new city manager, even if we don't renew or we don't take any action? But that's just a different. I'm
Well,
sorry.
there's some a legal opinion that the current contract with our city manager predated the legislation.
Sure. No, but I guess my question is, and I may be getting way too academic with this, and I apologize if that's the case, but, just because I have a contract to buy Pepsi products and stock my refrigerator with Pepsi products doesn't mean I can't go around and go ahead and have a contract with Coke and start stocking Coke products at the same time. But that's, again, and that's my point.
Okay,
is that,
so listen.
But maybe I'm getting way too academic with
Okay,
this,
let
and I
me throw this
apologize,
out and
but-
let's see if
I think
this
there's
will
two
work
diff-
for us.
Two different issues, I think.
What if tonight we just make the decision that was brought up here, hey, here's your heads up, won't be renewed, and then July we come back, I work a little bit more with Mecklin, I come and meet with each of y'all individually, and we look over what Mecklin worked out to a degree. I already have a few tweaks in there, and then we make a decision on that in July, because I don't know how else that we resolve all of this today, unless you're ready to, a second motion, a secondary motion.
Mayor,
But we got to vote on
Mayor,
the first one first.
Mayor, we are spending an hour and a half every single meeting with public comment saying, please fire Tom.
Okay.
An hour and a half every single meeting.
All right?
And this conversation has been going on for an hour.
Okay, then I will expect that you will be prepared to put forth a motion
I
after
would
this
be
one gets
happy
voted on.
to put together
Okay.
a motion right now.
So council is clear. We're going to take a vote on the first motion, but they expect that there will be a secondary as to what you are going to decide to do up here tonight. Yes. You can vote yes or no on the first one. If you want a shot at the second one, and I want to be careful what I say, but I think the will of the people has been really, 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 really clear. So, all right, we have a,
Okay,
We have a-
I resent, if I'm not using the correct word, I'll remove my motion and let them do what they want.
I will make a motion.
okay, can we just withdraw it like that?
Let's see,
She's
can I
withdrawing
do
her
that?
motion.
Wait a minute, can I do that?
Oh, yeah, you
Okay,
can.
all right.
You can.
Well, she
Okay.
withdrew it, right?
Okay, Councilman Marchman has withdrew her motion, And that means the second is basically obsolete. I will entertain another motion. You can remove a motion. I mean, at least you can when we use Robert's rules. I have this much knowledge of them.
You can also
Before it's
hear what
voted
the
on.
other motion was going to, or someone can ask you to amend your motion based on.
Okay, all right. Let her make her motion.
And you would have to
and
agree
then
to allow
I
that
can
motion to be
agree
amended.
Okay. I hate Robert's rules, but it works.
I
Okay.
know it's
So we have a motion on the table. We have a second, and we're now going to, Councilman Warmoth is going to make a motion to amend the original. Go ahead.
I make a motion to amend the original motion from Councilwoman Marchman to terminate Tom Barber's employment as city manager effective immediately.
We have a motion.
Well, but
She's-
yes,
yeah.
Ms. Marchman would have to agree to allow her motion to be amended to that.
Okay, I agree to what?
Do
To,
you agree?
agree to amend my motion.
To what?
To what Ms. Warmoth has.
Yes.
And I think
See, it,
Mr. Carter-
it changes your motion. You don't have to. You can agree to it. You can withdraw your motion. You can agree to her amendment.
That's what I said. I said I withdraw my motion, and now I'm saying that I will let her.
You're amending
Okay.
your original motion to
Yes,
it.
We're not withdrawing or amending it.
Okay, I'm amending my original motion to let Ms. Warmoth do hers.
Okay, so are you okay, since you put forth the first motion, are you agreeable to
Yes.
her amendment
Yes,
that the city manager be fired immediately?
yes.
And Kevin,
Okay, we have a motion.
Kevin,
I would need a second.
Oh,
yeah, Mr. Carter, someone have to second that, right?
we have to have a second before we can have
Yes.
discussion.
So I would be able to second that then, correct?
You made the motion, someone else needs a second.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused about the, she amended
second.
it, so.
Wait a second, okay, that's why you don't want me doing Robert's rules. Okay, motion, second, you amended it, she's agreeable to your amendment. What about the seconder? Does a seconder they could withdraw their second, they have to be agreeable as well.
Do you agree to a second?
Okay, so we have a motion that's been amended to fire the city manager immediately. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we are open for discussion.
I don't think he needs to stay till 12:31. I don't think that. I think I liked your idea about, bringing it back next month, but it has gone, hold on. Hear me out, but I also agree with Stephanie. This has gone on and on and on, and I'm sick of it. But I don't want to terminate him immediately. So hold on, hear me out. This is
You're
my
going to
thing.
have to get a parliamentarian in a minute if I have to go into amendment of an amending of an amending.
Yeah, oh, okay, you might. So this is my thing. One thing now, I'm sorry if I call you Leslie, Madam Mayor. If you may have expressed this to Shirley, Matthew, or Stephanie, or whoever, but we don't know who's coming in. What your plan is. I loved your idea about talking to us individually and getting feedback and building consensus among the council of doing that. I love that idea, and I'm open to it. I would be willing to do 7/1 as his termination date is 6/30. I'm willing to do that as long as we can get your succession plan before that time, and we can agree to it and be okay.
Absolutely.
That is what I am willing to do. I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable.
I have no
good
problem
point.
coming.
You gotta have a meeting to agree to. It's gotta be public.
all these meetings.
It doesn't have to be public for me to meet individually with you all.
Correct.
Right.
But you have to bring somebody in, you got to have a vote by council.
Actually, I don't. And I'll get a legal opinion because once the contract is terminated, the current legislation says that I have the power to hire a manager, and I believe an interim city manager would fit in the category of a manager.
Yes, and I don't disagree with that, but I think Matthew has something to say.
But I would still want to speak to each one of you individually, and I think that's appropriate to ask. I have no problem fulfilling that obligation.
I still like my compromise of 9:30. But that could 9:30, the end of the year.
Wait, you said 7-1.
No, I did my first compromise.
Okay.
I said 7-1 on this one.
That's not the motion, though.
Okay.
That's not the motion.
No,
Oh.
because we have
Yeah, but what she's
a motion, and we had a second until the
Can we-
second withdrew from the supporting motion. I told you, I did not take Robert's rules. I know this much from being at conventions. Attorney Drummond, I think it'd be a lot less complicated for the original motion to be withdrawn and to start fresh, because the second already came off the motion.
So how about this? When this at Kevin, I second Stephanie, so we call for the vote. What happened? But we can't do. Oh. Never mind. I answered
you
my own
called for the
question.
vote, but you wanted to amend what she had. I'm now lost on Robert's
I am
rules.
too.
I have never gone that far down
I
that trail.
apologize.
I think
What Councilwoman McCoy's proposed is not consistent with the motion that's on the table at this point.
Okay, do you, we'd have to go all the way back over to the motion because you did the amendment. Would it be easier to withdraw the motion?
Yes. it
And
would.
go, okay. Can we please, okay.
But
Would you withdraw your
but we're
motion?
still.
I did that.
Okay, she withdrew her motion.
Motion is withdrawn.
But
You're
we're
withdrawing your
Let's start from
amendment to
scratch.
Yeah,
her
let's
motion.
start-
a new motion right here. Your motion is to, yeah, but it was withdrawn. You don't have to vote if it's withdrawn. Oh,
Honestly,
oh.
we can't listen to
Yes, please, please. And the second
And then Danny withdrew his second, and then Anna seconded. So right now you have a second on the floor. You didn't? Okay, that was how I understood it. Okay. Okay, I understood. Okay.
But the motion changed, it was amended.
You second because you were agreeable with the first motion, but you were not agreeable with.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Because he was not okay with the amended.
You didn't want to second.
Anna seconded.
But that's where we were.
Seconded, so right now Anna's second to not is what y'all have.
And
Okay, that's correct. However, Anna doesn't want to go down that trail.
yeah.
Anna wants July
Mayor,
1.
all right, Mayor, Mayor.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say, Mayor, can we just ask everyone to withdraw their motions and let's just start this from
It'd be a
scratch?
lot
I think that'd just be
easier.
much easier.
Yes.
I withdraw my
Yes.
second.
We're withdraw.
To make it clean, Ms. Marchman made the original motion. She can ask council for permission to withdraw that motion because now the motion belongs to the council. If council agrees to allow her to withdraw, then we can start over.
I did.
Do you
Does council
agree?
agree to allow Ms. Marchman to
Yes.
withdraw the motion?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're good. We can start over.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to
All
do. Okay, all right, so I'll entertain a motion.
Did you get the vote?
Yes.
If we can get the vote for the clerk on the motion, the withdrawal.
Oh,
Was it
I
unanimous?
almost put
Yeah,
my
she
hand
did.
up.
yeah.
Okay, anybody opposed to, okay, in favor of
Withdrawing.
Ms. Marshman withdrawing her motion, in favor? Okay, are you in favor of withdrawing your motion? Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, yes. All right. I'll entertain a motion, and this is what we should have done like 10 minutes ago because it got too convoluted when it got down to amending. Okay, yes, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, let's try this again. So I will make a motion to terminate Tom Barber's employment as city manager for the city of Villa Rica effective July 1st, 2024.
Oh, God, I don't mean to be more difficult, but can we put?
No, that's the
Can
one
we?
you-
I want to make sure though that
That's
we
the
get-
one you wanted.
Yeah, that is the one I wanted, but I want to make sure that we hear from the mayor what her plan is. That she comes to us individually. Okay, I didn't know if that had to be in the motion. I'm not good at
Oh,
motions,
no,
y'all.
no.
I second with the condition that we hear that the mayor has to get consensus from the council to do the succession plan.
Ms. Warmoth would have to agree to allow that to be a
Oh,
condition.
good grief! Then I.
I agree
Okay.
to.
Thank you. What I said.
Okay, agreeable to the plan is different from me laying out the plan. Because once that contract is gone, I have the ability to hire. I am very willing and to come meet with you individually.
Okay.
I expect that you would be supportive because we do want somebody to come in and stabilize things.
Okay.
So, okay, so we have a first, we have,
A second.
based
With
on
the
July 1.
condition.
We have a first and we have a second. All in
And
favor?
I accepted the
Oh,
condition,
Yeah, I'm sorry,
yes.
any other discussion?
What is the, can someone just restate the motion for me now with the condition? I'm sorry.
The motion from Councilman Warmoth is that the city manager's contract will be terminated as of July 1.
Okay.
And then the second by Councilman McCoy was that she was seconding it with the condition that I would meet with y'all individually and tell you what my succession plan was.
Can I ask Kevin a question, please?
It's discussion time. Be
Kevin,
fine
can
with me.
we terminate his contract with, I guess, less than 30 days' notice like that?
Oh.
As long as you pay the severance, right?
What happens? I mean, is it a matter of paying severance or not paying a
He's got a
severance?
contract through the end of the year.
The contract states that he
The
can be
council with 3
terminated
votes
with or
can
without
terminate
cause.
at any
Yes.
time.
With-
Okay,
Anytime,
okay.
with or without cause, anytime.
Wasn't done.
Okay, I'm just, this is,
And there are provisions on what type of compensation is paid depending on how he's terminated.
Okay, so it's a matter of paying compensation or
Right.
not? Okay. All right.
okay. We have a motion, we have a second. I'm trying to be gracious here. Any other discussion? I pray not, but I don't want to cut you down. This is big. I know this is important. It's not taken lightly. It impacts people's lives. Okay, motion, second, call for a vote. All in favor of the termination as of July 3. Okay. That was all opposed? 3-2. I'm going to forget where I was. All right, we're going to move on to B1, Water Miss Phase 2A, Final Plat Approval for Public Hearing. Mr. Griffin?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. This plat, this is the final plat for Water Mist Phase 2A. Water Mist and Pulte Homes has satisfied all the requirements of the final platting process that involve public streets. We've got the maintenance bond, the street light fees, the water and sewer and storm system has been, the as-built have been submitted. They've been approved by Public Works and Utilities. Both those departments have signed the plat. Our development director has signed as well, so we are asking for the mayor to also sign. And to give a little background, Pulte Homes Representative Stephen Gresham, he met with the HOA and addressed and made concession to all the concerns involved. Engineering has also met with the HOA. They're satisfied. Miss Polly met with me out here. She had to leave a little early. She said she was happy, and that I was able to relay that message on behalf of her. I know Miss Councilwoman Anna McCoy, she had a comment earlier in the work session. So what I do believe is all concessions have been made by Pulte to make this happen, and that's what I am presenting here tonight.
It was a happy ending, because I know we were concerned about that. I didn't know if, real quick, is there a picture to throw up there on what that landscape was gonna, the love grass with the other? If there's not, I'm not worried about it, because all the parties are satisfied.
Yeah.
You ready for a motion?
Okay, we're not gonna worry about it then. Parties are satisfied.
There it is. That's what they have done to the main concerned areas, so that these hills will not have to be maintained
Right.
By mowing equipment, etc. They're going to lay sod. I think there's a 15-foot setback for sod, or requirement for sod along the curb.
So this will save the HOA a lot of money, because it would have cost them a fortune to have to maintain all those hills. And once those trees are full grown, they will drop the pine needles, which will give you a bed of pine needles.
It'll stabilize,
Is that correct?
It'll stabilize
Okay.
everything.
Yeah. So all the parties are happy.
Mayor, this gentleman's been here since noon today. Maybe we should let him say something for being here.
Yeah, do you want to add anything? Would you like to give public comment? Thank you, though. Thank you for working with the HOA on this. I was very glad when I heard the results of what y'all were going to do.
Yeah, not a problem at all. We heard the concerns through the last council meeting, and we just wanted to make sure that we worked with them as closely as possible to address those. We also have a commitment to the HOA. Pulte is going to be in that community for some time. Any issues come up along the way, we want to immediately be able to address it and just have our company be successful and leave the HOA successful for the long term.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. This did not legally require a public hearing. Do we need to do a public hearing? Okay, all the parties are happy, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll move to approve the final plat for Water Mist Phase 2A.
Okay, we've got motion set. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try not to torment you this long next time. All right, C, Finance. Ms. Hallman?
Yes. Good evening. I'll make this really quick. Financial update as of April 2024.
Y'all are going to have to go in the lobby now. Okay, thank you.
Total
ahead.
cash is just over 50 million, with 12 bond proceeds at 13.8 million, and the Carroll splost is the old splost for Carroll is at 176,000. It's dwindling down because of the new 2021 Carroll splost at 7.6 million. We have the old Douglas splost at 3.5 million, with the new Douglas splost vamping up at 1.8, and it's continuing to grow each month. Residential permits and taps, as far as the growth, we've had 154 building permits at 316,000 compared to 15 building permits same time period last year through April, 99 water taps and 90 sewer taps. Our local option sales tax is doing really well. We did have a little bit of a decrease for Douglas County. I think that's the first one that I've seen a decrease probably in the maybe 3 years. Maybe we've had one in the 3 years I've been here. I think it was just a blip because what we received in June, or May and June have been, or May has been an increase. So our Carroll County sales tax is at 6.6% more than it was April of last year. And our Douglas County sales tax is at $180,000 compared to $185,000 last year. Property tax for Carroll, we're at 97% collection rate as of April, but we received a large check in the month of June. So now we're at 99%, but this report is as of April. For Douglas County, we're at 2.1 million, which is 97%. So compared to the budget, as of the end of April, we're at 5.5 million, which was 97%. Our business activity enterprise fund, one of those is water and sewer. Right now, we're sitting at around $6.9 million in revenue, and we're at around 6.9, maybe a little bit more in expenses. So right now we have a loss of $80,000 through the month of April. Our next business activity enterprise fund is a sanitation and solid waste fund. We've collected about a little over $1 million in revenue, and we've had expenses of about $950,000. So our net income in that fund is $72,504. Our self-funded insurance, our bank balance is at $1.5 million. We've had about $1.3 million in contributions. Those contributions come from benefits from the city of Villa Rica as well as for the employees. And we've had expenses, which are the claims that we pay as well as the administration of those of the program at $1.4 million. So far this year we have had a loss of $107,000. We do realize and have experienced this year larger claims, and we think this is going to be our high claimant year. But hopefully we have those once every 5 to 7 years, and we believe that this is going to be the year that we're going to have the high claimants. No, I do not. And that is it.
I just say on the insurance part, how we budget makes a difference too for this. Like, we don't budget the full amount. I was trying to.
Correct. We get the numbers from our broker, and we budget at 90% of claims.
Yeah. And insurance is very expensive, but since we went self-funded, we're in a lot better shape than we were if we weren't self-funded.
Absolutely.
Still, even with this loss, it's nowhere near, from what I remember, of the situation we'd be in if we weren't self-funded.
Because we don't have the middleman. We
Yeah.
work directly with
Yeah.
the plan. Yes, we do have admin costs with the
Yeah.
broker and having somebody to facilitate paying the claims, but we do not have to pay the premium of not being self-insured.
Any questions from
Yeah,
council? Yes,
Jennifer,
Councilman Carter.
the $80,000 loss in water and sewer, is that an anomaly, or what's the trend been over the last few months?
Well, it's been kind of highs and lows because of our tap fees. We've had some larger tap fees. You can see that we've had almost $1 million in tap fees, but we have had an additional cost in, I believe it was our water expenses have gone up. So we hope to break even this year, but we will be bringing to y'all, just like we have the past 3 to 4 years, a water rate increase.
So the water rate increase, that's what really is causing us to be at a loss right now?
Some, as well as some of the maintenance items that they're doing.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Development agreement with Carroll County and Jeff Matthews. Item D1.
You should now have a revised agreement from the one that we discussed earlier today that develops the road next to the new fire station in one single phase. So the new agreement's been reviewed by Chairman Morgan, the county attorney, Mr. Chanson, who's seen it also. They are in agreement, so the motion on the revised cover sheet should handle.
I've got it.
You got it? You ready?
Yep.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll entertain a motion. I move to approve the development agreement between the City of Villa Rica, Carroll County, and Jeff and Brenda Matthews, excuse me, regarding a proposed street connecting South Street and Commerce Drive.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Next, we would need a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of attorney-client privilege to discuss or vote to enter into a contract to purchase, dispose of, or lease property subject to approval and subsequent public vote as provided in OCGA 50-14-3B1D. Also, for a meeting to discuss or deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer or employee pursuant to OCGA 50-14-3B2, and finally, pursuant to the attorney-client privilege as provided in OCGA 50-14-21 to discuss pending litigation.
So moved.
So do I have a motion to leave regular session and move into executive session?
So moved.
I know, I'm waiting for a
I'll
second.
Second.
I know it's been a long evening. All in favor? Okay. Motion passes. We are headed into executive.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Yeah, there's nobody opposing to coming, reconvene for regular session.
The couch was comfortable.
And for the record, in executive session, we did have discussions regarding possible acquisition of real estate, also a discussion regarding the employment discussion, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action or dismissal of a public officer, and we also had a discussion regarding pending litigation. No official action was taken in council, but I understand there will be two motions and official action taken at this point.
Okay. I have a motion to create the position of Building Development Director and appoint Tracy Jarvis as that director.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Okay, second motion. I move to approve the proposed settlement agreement outlined as attached and authorize the city attorney to enter a final settlement agreement with the Liberty Custom Homes LLC versus City of Villa Rica matter.
Liberty Custom Homes has to do with the Liberty Point
Second.
development on Connors Road. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
I move to adjourn.
All in favor? All in favor?